we're now live. It just initiated.
Hi to all of God's children and everyone else. I'm Marjorie MJ Janvier, your host, and this is The Breakdown. Our moderator is Kamani Kim Cook. His position is to keep us on time to make sure that everybody has the time to speak and the time not to speak. He is our guide to our format. Today we have 3 sections. They are host questions. We're going to also have 2-minute commercial, cross-examination, and build. We're going to begin introducing our guests on our panel. And the panel, it consists of Isralites, Kemet, Christians, and my apologies. Okay, let me begin again. Israelites, the Nation of Islam, Atheists, Christians, and Kemet. Personally, I'm excited to hear what they have to express. So let's get it started with our first guest. And that name is going to be Tedra Colbert. Could you pronounce your name for me, please, and introduce yourself? Let us know something about you, please.
Well, my name is Tedra Colbert. I go by Hezekiah Ben Israel through my Israelite community. Myself, I'm from Atlanta, Georgia, person who was a street guy, you know, typical of so-called Black men. We sold drugs, did stuff we wasn't supposed to do. And I'll say 13 years ago, as my spirit was searching for something, my wife and I, we came across the Bible, which has been in front of my face for all my life. And now I acknowledge myself as an Israelite, as a Jew, according to scripture.
Okay. And what is paramount in your life? What is something that's paramount that you can't do without, or something you've done?
I'm sorry?
What's paramount in your life? Can you tell us some of your accomplishments?
Well, I'm a writer. I do screenplays, things of that sort. I'm a poet. My paramount is my new children. I have a total of 7 kids, and I have 2 new princesses, one 3 years old and one 3 months old. And
Wow.
at the age of 48, people say, oh, that you wait until you got old to have some more children or start over. But that's what the Most High blessed me with. So those are my accomplishments and the start of my advertising and marketing business.
Congratulations. That sounds wonderful. Okay. Now, each segment each group gets 8 minutes total from the beginning. If you ask a question, then that time starts for your whole category, if you're a Christian or whatever group you're in. So you could take up the whole time if you like, but everyone needs to get a chance. So there's a question and answer section, and that is 10 minutes. Okay. Does anyone have anything to add to that at the end? So you're going to need to take notes so you can have answers or questions to whatever is being said right now. Question and answers are going to be toward the end. And the next guest we have is going to be Michael Miller. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
How you doing? Yeah, I'm Michael Miller Sr. I'm a father of 7, a husband. I am an agnostic atheist. I was raised a Baptist in the church, and pretty much just followed what was, told to me, and didn't really critically break down much myself in it. And then I, began to ask questions really within, and I turned, away from that and just became an agnostic atheist because I just didn't find enough to justify belief. For myself, I have a degree in organizational leadership. I consider myself philosopher. I focus mainly on philosophy of language, how we all communicate, from our consciousness through trying to share that to others and how they, perceive it and such, just as a general sense. But I'm interested in everything. I'm a neutral party, really. I don't hold a belief that there is no God. It's a misconception when some hear atheists, but I really just don't hold a active belief that there is a God, and I'm just seeking, truth. So I'm interested, and I'm looking forward to hearing a lot of different perspectives. I'm open-minded.
And so am I. I'm interested in hearing all the expressions and the thoughts that everyone is here that's here on the panel. We're going to go now to Jamar Milton. Tell us about yourself and whatever it is that we need to know that you think that we should know.
Peace, peace. I'm Brother Jamar Milton. First and foremost, Assalamu alaikum, shalom, Eid, hotep, grand rising to the royal family, everybody that's on the panel, Uncle Mayat. I am an infinite light being. I am your brother, your reflection. I am a Cometic priest out of the Shrine of Ma'at here in Harlem, New York, as well as a philanthropist slash music artist slash father of six, and just a lover of all. I'm here to spread some knowledge. Some of my accolades that people would consider to be accolades. I've created a group called the Lighthouse Movement LLC, which is a group of individuals, like-minded individuals who seek knowledge, wisdom, and understanding of the ancients, and use that knowledge to apply into today's times. Mobilized about 60,000 people in total through all the networks, sponsored trips to Africa back and forth to show people their history, to tap back in with their ancestors, as well as help to awaken them from different theologies that may no longer be serving them. Aside from that, also help to orchestrate and develop a Black-owned bank, Nibiru Freedom Bank, as well as a Black cryptocurrency backed by gold, diamonds, columbite, and other assets, Nibiru Freedom Coin, to prepare us for the new world order that they're ushering in, so that we can be financially stable in the economic structure that is about to hit us. And, get ready for that climate. So I would say that's, and just yesterday was just published in Yahoo Finance as number 5 on the top 10 African American influencers of today.
Wow, an African American influencer. That's wonderful. And now we're going to go to our moderator, which is Kamani Kim Cook. And you have a tough job. So we're asking all the panelists to please cooperate when he's asking you to stop or to proceed. That would be really helpful. Thank you so much, panelists. Okay, Kamani Kim Cook.
Hello, my name's Kemet and Kim Cook, founder, owner, operator of the Idea Group. I do mixed media, art, music production. Been self-educated as far as religion for a long time, just trying to gain a couple perspectives. Here to add as much structure and help as I can to the conversation to make sure everybody gets their points across. Would love to have a lot of insightful conversations, and hopefully somebody or any and everybody that's watching along with the panel can learn something from each other and take away some positives from this, and that'll help elaborate and expound on everybody's positions that they already have.
Exactly. Thank you so much.
I've been doing music, art, and media for a long time. I apologize. Been doing music production and art for a long time. Very popular and productive site, and I'm just here to make sure things go well. And I appreciate Will for the invite. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Kamani. And am I saying your name correctly, Kamani?
Yes, ma'am. Kamani Kim.
Oh, Kamani Kim. Okay, thank you so much. So we're going to ask questions to each group, and anyone in that group can answer the question. You have 10 minutes to answer, and each person should take like 2 minutes to give everyone a chance. But if you need to get your point across, you just got to get your point across. So the first question that I want to ask is to the Christians. Did God create evil? Did God create evil?
The answer to that is no.
The answer is just no, just flat no.
Flat
okay.
no. We don't have a lot of time.
Okay. Well, let me just ask you this. There was a tree in the garden called the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Is
Right.
that created by God?
That's created by God, but he didn't create the actual evil. The actual evil is what is actually an action being done. The tree of knowledge of good and evil tells you the knowledge of it. Just like the knowledge of, we'll go with 1 + 1 = 2. That's a knowledge. But the action of actually adding 1 + 1 to get 2, that is an actual action. And God didn't create that. Man had the free will to choose to have that. And that free will was a disobedience, which was actually an act of evil. Because evil is disobedience against God.
Okay.
Put it in a nutshell.
Okay.
There's a couple of people
And by the way, my name is Robert.
introduce themselves.
Yes, my name is Robert Stewart.
I'm Brian.
Welcome.
And we're on Brian's phone.
Welcome. Thank you for joining us. And
Thank
we are asking questions, and each group gets to answer. You get 10 minutes to answer per group. So anyone
Right,
can
I'm going
answer.
to try to keep it short.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm not seeing this brother very well, and he's not showing up very well, the way he's standing in the light behind him. Okay,
Okay.
the next question. This is for anyone.
Let's go.
What makes your belief more true than others?
Sticking with the Christian, the Bible has many tests. One test that I think is a lot of people haven't considered is Acts chapter 5, where it states the test of time. Over time, God has acted in such a way that it has helped a lot of people. Now, has the evil come about that? Yes, because man is evil. But God has interacted in such a way that it allows people to test him.
Okay. I'd like to ask, we do have an atheist. We have an agnostic atheist.
Exactly.
This question would be for you. How did the universe come into existence? How did it get here? The atheist.
I'm not even sure the universe came into existence or if it's always been here. So I don't have an answer to that question. It's an unknown. It's an unknown for me, and to a degree, almost nonsensical, because I don't know if something can come into existence without time, or if time exists. So it's really complicated there to break it down. But to keep it short and sweet, I don't know.
Well, the universe is complicated. Somehow it had to get here, as though if you had a can opener in a box you just bought it from the store, you'd have to take it out of that box and put it together. And the way that the universe is set up with time and mathematics, I'm just really curious on what those thoughts are. Does anyone else have a thought on that?
I'm gonna say that we can pretty much through logic can see that the universe had a beginning. So if we know if it had a beginning, we know it had to come here. And we don't know what brought it here per se. I know when we believe we know what brought it here, but we don't actually know what brought it here. But we do see that it came because we can see that the cosmos are expanding, and anything that expands had to have a starting point to expand from.
That's what we want. We want is your point of view. Okay, so the next question is for anyone. How did man come about? How did man come about?
I would like to answer that.
Okay.
Hezekiah. And also, I know I'm in the category of an Israelite, but
Okay.
I do go by the Bible. And I also consider myself a Christian because that's what the Bible states for us also. So, and the question was how man came about, right?
Yes. How did man come about?
I'd like to go to the book of Genesis, and I'm going to read chapter 2 and verse 7. And the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. So that's how man came about.
Okay. What is a soul? What is a soul?
Soul is your spirit. That's your essence. That's how you.
That's who you are.
That's who you. It's your spirit. It's your
It's
spirit.
you.
Soul. I mean, it's your fuel to your body. Your carnal flesh.
Okay.
That soul is that air. That
So what?
If I may
Huh?
help the young brother out, as he stated,
Okay.
he goes by the Bible. The soul is the actual you. The spirit comes from God, and then your carnal flesh is the carnal flesh. The soul is what you actually are, and the soul is eternal once it becomes. You just better
Could you
ask.
elaborate on? You said the soul is you. Exactly. Can you elaborate on that?
If you go into the spiritual world, it is not a spirit necessarily. It is actually your soul. The soul is a immaterial part of you that is constant, and you're always going to live forever somewhere.
Yeah, the soul is your spirit. Just like you might have the spirit of greed. That's in your soul. You have a soulful spirit to be greedy.
Okay. Would that be the
it's
mind, will, and emotion? Is that what we're
Yes,
speaking of, or that's
it would
not a part of it?
include your mind, will, and emotions. It is what drives you. The spirit is
Okay.
what animates you. The soul is what you are. That's your essence. In other words, if we both went into a spiritual place, obviously we're not going to take our carnal bodies, but you would still recognize the me because I would look like me, even though I wouldn't be carnal or material.
Okay. Thank you so much.
And if
Um,
I may, I'm sorry. I give this analogy, and I let you know how they say you have an old soul, and that might be a young person. That old
Right.
person has the soul, the spirit of someone who may have been here before, or someone's well knowledgeable of something you wouldn't thought they would have known of. So he has this old soul, old spirit.
Right.
If I can take a moment to introduce myself. So I go by Tehuti forever.
My
I
apologies.
so
Can I go ahead and introduce you, and then you go ahead and do that? I really, really apologize. I saw your speaker off, and I was like, okay, maybe he's not gonna. Okay. But anyway, everyone, my apologies. This is William Humphrey. He goes by the name of Tehuti Forever. And we'd like to know more about you. We're not trying to leave you out. Please tell us about yourself. Thank you.
So I am a first year initiate of the Shrine of Ma'at. I'm in a group called Rakasha Shin. Jamar Melton has been in the legacy for a lot longer than me. Most people in the chat has a certain amount of understanding of where I come from. I come from the legacy where he's a lot further along. So any respect that you have for me, please bestow that also on Jamar. You don't know him because he is, in a way, my elder. And I definitely appreciate him for coming online. I am a Cometic.
Oh, wow.
So let me just briefly explain a story here. 150 years ago or so, some Europeans went into Africa and they started to grave rob. They started to rob our graves. They started digging for, buried treasure. These were pirates. They went in there and, started digging up the sand. And what came out, no, you know how they do. You know how the Europeans do. They go in there and start grave robbing, right? And then instead of being called thieves, they call it Egyptology, right? So now they're able to go up in there and take what they want, spread it around the world. But what came out of Egyptology you know, in the 1920s, a great ancestor by the name of Dr. Yosef Ben Yakinin was born, and at a very young age, he went in there and he started to learn what was actually written and took the archaeological evidence and he broke it down. He brought it back to us in America. So a lot of the traditions that are on here now, they've been in practice a lot longer than Kemet, because our practice, being in practice, just recently started to occur. Started digging up the artifacts and learning the information. However, we are the elder practice. We are the elder class. We're the elder of spirituality and culture, because we came prior to the Bible, to the Quran,
Okay.
prior. And we are an extremely natural process. We use symbols like,
That's really colorful. I like that color.
yes.
Color.
So we use these bird symbols, the symbols of the sun. These are natural symbols. You go outside and see these. This is not spooky, right? You might look at this and say, oh, that's some form of negative demon worship or something, because of what's happened to our symbols, because our symbols have been used by the Europeans in negative ways, by different cults in negative ways. They've changed what people look at, feel when they see our symbols. But this is nothing more than nature. We saw this bird, and we saw that it's extremely fast, right? It's the fastest bird on the planet. It soars the highest. It sees the furthest. It has a lot of powerful attributes. So we took those attributes of this natural thing that we saw, and we personified it. We turned it into a person character. I wanted to be like this bird. What if this bird was a human? He would be the hero. He would be the
Okay. Tehuti forever, could you tell us your accolades, please?
So, like I mentioned, I am a first-year apprentice of the Shrine of Ma'at. I am the author of Quantum Philosophy, Meanings, Answers, and Promises, which is a spiritual book. It's a way of looking at modern day reality through a spiritual lens, and it's a more modern way of looking at it.
A modern way. That sounds great. Okay. I do have a question, and it's open to the floor for anyone. If you died right now, what would happen to you? What would become of you?
You want that one?
Go ahead.
Ma'am, Robert, the
Yeah.
Christianity group,
Yeah.
we actually have two schools of thought. The more popular school of thought is for the believers to go to heaven, the unbelievers to go to hell. The new school of thought, which is mine, that has not caught on yet, is you go to sleep and wait till the end, and then the believers go to heaven, and then the unbelievers will go to hell. So that's the two schools of thought from the Christian perspective.
Okay. As far as the Bible says that God is love, when a person goes to hell, what happens?
Okay.
Y'all
Let
open
me
to
jump-
everybody?
That's open to
I'm sorry.
anyone. Any question is open to anyone to answer.
Okay. I'm sorry. How y'all go? What hell is separation from God. God is life. God is love. God is joy. God is hope. God is everything that we know of as good.
Okay.
So once you reject God, you reject life. God is life. He's the source of life. So if you reject God, then you get the opposite. And whatever the opposite is what is our definition of hell. Hate, pain, suffering, war.
I have to explain something. Excuse me, I did misspeak. At the end, I said unbelievers go to hell. That was a misspeak. Unbelievers
Okay.
that don't go to hell, they go someplace else that hell gets thrown into.
Oh, the lake of fire.
And that is what actually happens at the end. And he believes also in the lake of fire as well.
Okay, what happens at the lake of fire?
Is the floor still open?
Yes, it's still open.
According
Lake of fire is
to
exactly what it says. Lake of fire.
according
You're
to
in there.
scripture, when you die, if I were to die today, Ecclesiastes chapter 12, verse 7, it says, then shall the dust return to the earth as it was, and the spirit shall return unto God who gave it. And if we go into the Apocrypha, well, we'll stay in the Bible. The Apocrypha is part of the Bible. We'll go to Revelations. Well, that's in another question that was asked about God judging, but also it goes with when you die. Revelation chapter 20 and verse 12 states, I saw the dead, small and great, stand before God, and the books were open. And the other book was open, which is the book of life, and the dead were judged out of those things which were written in the books according to their works. So when we die, of course, this goes back just like he made Adam for the dust of the ground. Then our spirit, which he breathed into the nostril, which gave us a living soul, will go back to the Most High God. And you're going to wait until you're judged. Now, according to scripture, hell is the grave. It's the grave. And as the brothers brought forth, you will be either cast into the lake of fire. Let me read one more scripture right quick. I'm going to a book called Esdras, which is Ezra in the Old Testament. But then the Apocrypha is in Latin, Esdras, chapter 14, and verse 34 and 35. Give me 2 seconds here.
While he's looking for that,
these are things that I got it right quick for you. I'm sorry. It says, for after death shall the judgment come, when we shall live again. And then shall the names of the righteous be manifest, and the works of the ungodly shall be declared. So if you was righteous, as we teach, keep God's commandments, you're not going to do that. You know, all sinners who was disobedient to God's ways, you will be judged and you will be cast into the lake of fire, which is everlasting torment.
Can I tap in on this for a second?
Go right ahead.
All right. There's a number of things I would address. I just wanted to hear some perspectives before I chime in. When you die, and we could all probably reverse engineer this and actually see this play out. When you die, your body decomposes. As your body decomposes, it goes from a multicellular organism back to multiple singular cellular organisms. And you are recycled back into the universe that you already live in. You do not fly up into the sky. You do not go to heaven nor hell. Neither one of those places exist. Those are mind states that we create for ourselves. You could decide whether you want to go to heaven, or you could decide whether you want to be in hell while you're living here today. It's all a matter of perspective. Nobody has ever been to heaven, come back, and has been able to tell you the story. Nobody has ever been to hell, come back, and has been able to tell you the story. These stories were given to us by our ancient African ancestors to teach us about the principles of positivity, negativity, to teach us about polarity and binary code, which the universe runs off of. Everything runs off of energy, vibration. Even the biblical text in the book of Genesis, it says God created light. And when he created light, he said, let there be light. Let there be light, right? He said it, right? So when he's saying, let there be light, we know that it was a sound that created light, right? And we know that sound is a vibration, right? And a vibration has a frequency, right? During that time, all we had in the existence of the planet was water, right? And we can actually test this in real time today. You can take an energy frequency, run it through water, and you can create blue light. It's called sonoluminescence. We can actually calculate that in real time right now. See, a lot of the things that we try to say as definite, or when we try to talk about God, we automatically go back to the biblical text as if it's the oldest book in the world, which it is not. There are books that are way older than that explain these principles that came well before that. And some of them aren't even books. Some of them were written in stone, and some of them were said by word of mouth, which we call utterances. It was words that were always said. In the aspect of whether God created evil or not, well, the brother said that God didn't create evil, but I can take you back to a biblical text in the book that actually says in Isaiah 45:7, and I'll read it and quote, this is God talking here. He said, I form the light, he said, and create darkness. He said, I make peace and create evil. The question was, does God create evil? Here is the words of God saying, I make peace and create evil. I, the Lord, do all of these things. I would like a rebuttal in reference to that verse. Isaiah 45:15.
I have a quick question.
Isaiah 45 what?
Well, no
Isaiah 45,
rebuttal on this end, because I used the Bible, and that actually was a scripture I was going to bring forth for that question. God created everything, whether it's good or evil. So yeah, no rebuttal on this.
I have a question.
Let's play with it.
I have a question I'd like to propose to the panel. Are we all under the impression that God is a separate being that is in a different realm than where we are? Are you all?
I don't believe in God.
Okay.
I don't believe in God, first off. So I'm just playing the game for now so that we can, break this thing down. Because
like
when we deal with the word God, especially when we deal with in the text of, or the perspective that they're bringing it as, it's almost like he's an entity that's separated from us. And that for me is a no-go. At the end of the day, but before the word God was introduced to the people of Africa, we already had pyramids standing. We already was sitting back eating grapes, had multiple wives, and was doing what we was doing. So, and they don't credit God for that. God didn't even exist yet. That God is a Germanic Dutch term. You can Google that and figure that out for yourself. It's not an African word. So you're going to have to give me the true name of the creator if we're going to be speaking in that context as to who was here first.
I do want to jump in real quick.
Okay, I do have a rebuttal for his Isaiah scripture. I do have a rebuttal for his Isaiah scripture. And I'm reading it right along with you in the King James here. And he says, I make peace and create evil. Notice it doesn't say created evil. And I'm a very stickler on words. When he says I create evil, he's talking about not creating evil at the start of everything. He's talking about what he can do now, what he can do at that particular time that he's writing. He's not talking about the start of things.
That sounds
You have
crazy.
to be very, very careful that you don't ascribe something that's not actually in the Bible. Now, if he had said, I created evil, then you're talking about the time of the creation, because it's past tense to when he's writing this in Isaiah. He says, I created.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes,
Does
sir,
God is God all good?
Is God all good? The answer is yes.
Okay. Is God all powerful?
The answer is yes.
Okay. So I want you to answer this question, and I want you to think before you speak when I ask you this, right? If God is all good, right, how can he be all powerful? If he's all good, that means he's incapable of being bad, right? That means he doesn't have the power to be bad if he's all good. So therefore, he cannot be all powerful. You cannot be all good and all powerful simultaneously. You can only be one or the other. If you are all powerful, that means you have the power to be evil and you have the power to be good. So therefore, if you now commit yourself to say that God is all good, then that means he cannot be bad. That means he cannot be all powerful, because bad has power as well. So where are you going with this?
Simple. Go back to Genesis. Since we're talking about the creation, that's where we should start. Go back to Genesis. You go back to the garden. You go back to what Satan said, how he fooled Eve, that if you eat of the tree, you will be as God. God is all powerful. He is all good because he always makes the choice to be good. Remember, evil is an action. Evil is an action. You have to have an intentional action to do evil. So God always chooses to be good. That's how come he's all powerful, because he's able to overcome anything that might even try to tempt him.
Okay.
Let's go back to that tree that you was talking about. The name of the tree, you said you told him not to eat from the tree of good and evil, but you forgot the part where it says, do not eat from the tree. I'm gonna give you the verse or word for word what it says. It says, do not eat from the tree. Hold on. it says, do not eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, which means,
Right.
in a sense,
Right.
you're not even supposed to know good versus evil or this binary code that you're playing with, picking one or the other. The Bible actually tells you that. That was the first cardinal sin, was to delve into even the conversation of good versus evil. You don't have the knowledge of good versus evil. You think you do.
Originally.
So when you sit here and you say that God is all good or God is even all bad, either one, you're going to be incorrect, because you're not even supposed to tap into it according to your faith. It says, do not eat from the tree of knowledge of good versus evil. So therefore, you just debunked your own theory when you said that, because God said it
You just
himself,
proved
do not
mine.
eat from that tree.
No,
Uh,
you twisted that. You twisted
And
that.
you actually
Go
It
proved
ahead.
says, do
mine. You
not
actually
eat from the
proved
tree
mine.
of knowledge. Somebody
Can we
pull up
let
the
our
verse where it says, do
Israelite
not eat from
brother,
the tree of knowledge.
can we let
Let me
our
answer your
Israelite brother
question.
get a response in, please? Can we let our Israelite
Let,
brother get a response in? He's been waiting
let
for
me
a
answer
while.
your question. I
I
didn't say that God didn't
Can we
know
let our Israelite
what
brother
we
have a
were doing.
response? He's been waiting for a while.
He's got a response.
to
Go
be
ahead, sir,
honest,
in the red shirt.
I'm looking at this already as it's becoming a debate. Because if you use the Bible to debunk the Bible, that's to me, it doesn't make sense. Because if you don't believe in the Bible, you can't use the Bible to debunk the Bible. And this is
It
becoming a
debunks itself.
debate. I thought we just here to give our perspectives. Whatever you
Right.
believe, you believe.
What I
We
thought.
shouldn't be arguing back and forth about it. We give our insight, and that's it. You hear a person. If you don't agree with it, I think we move on. That's what I thought it was about. But if it's about a
Agreed.
debate, I don't want to be a part of this, because
It's not.
that's not what I'm here for.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
it's not a debate.
Understandable,
It's
sir.
to
Not a
hear
debate.
your thoughts, what you believe in. That's what
Oh,
we're
it's
here
not-
for.
I've seen this right here before. It looked like a fight that go on verbally, and I don't want that.
Well, I do
So
want to
why
chime.
don't we?
I do want to chime
don't
in
we-
real quick if possible. I've been quiet. I've been listening.
Yes, sir.
Again, I'm neutral, and to be honest with you, just to give you an insight onto why I'm neutral. When I hear one speaking of the Bible and these beliefs, and talk, just for example, what happens to you when you die? To me, I'm just a logical mind. That's just an assertion, right? So when I hear, how do you prove this to be true? It's just something that you're just going to assert as an unfounded belief. You can't even prove that. Or maybe you could, but I haven't seen it be proven. Let me say that. I will say this: what my brother Jamar Milton, if I'm saying that correctly, said from a neutral mind makes a lot more sense. He's asserting a lot less things because he's speaking what we actually can see. He's talking about, we're turning into dust and we're decomposing, and when you tell you what happens when I die, if in the literal sense, what he's saying, it's about right. Now, the rest of that, when it takes it to, that's where I'm like, that's why I can't jump on board. Just to give y'all an insight, like when you're saying these things, it's just like, I'm just hearing the same thing as like Harry Potter to me, because it's unfounded. You're not giving that proper foundation on why it's true. If you just say, oh, it's just because this, then, I don't know. I'm just telling y'all how it comes off to me as a neutral party. I'm trying to state, I can't say, what happens when we die, because my answer is I have no clue. I ain't died.
Right.
I have, I'm literally of the mindset, I think, therefore I am. I can only really confirm me, right? Everything else is of assertion. Now, I've heard some interesting things on everything else, but I just want y'all to answer going forward, maybe back some of it up, because it's it really don't mean much to someone like myself when you're just saying these things. I don't know if that helps, but
I'd like to insert a quick
That's why we
statement real
have.
quick before we go
That's
any
why
further.
we have.
Quick statement before we go any further. I do agree with our Israelite brother as far as it turning into a debate. I did not sign up for that also. So I would like everybody to, we've been doing well, respecting each other's points in the time and letting each other go. But there's quite a few questions of things that we have to go through. So if we get too stuck on one topic, we won't be able to get through a lot of the information we have. And then to bring up what Tehuti Forever had brought up earlier with the Cometic symbols, I do think everything that we say, write down, or know as knowledge are just symbols that have been passed on to us. This is a red shirt because we agree this is a red shirt. So anything that we go through, our belief systems that we have, is just a common belief that we have with a certain group or sector of people. That does not mean that it's necessarily the truth. It
Yes,
means the truth for what you believe and for those sectors of people that there are.
I
And
agree 100%.
anytime that you involve symbols that have been given to you post your birth, those are automatically knowledge that you are getting that is totally unfounded, depending on if you had that coming into birth or not. Because all they are is we agreeing that this is happening. We agree. I don't know if you all are familiar with the 4 Agreements by Don Miguel Ruiz, but that book has turned my head upside down because it completely says, never assume, be skeptical, but listen. So that's why I agreed to this chat, because I am very skeptical, but I am open to listen. But I just wanted to put it out there that everything that we all are saying are symbols that we all agreed in our own right to believe. So if we can put that out there as a groundwork, then hopefully we can be able to build and allow each other to say their piece, because it's not a debate if you're right or wrong, because it's your belief. But the truth is what happened before those symbols became true in your mind. There we go.
I would
You
like
guys
to
can
deal with
finish.
that.
I like that a lot. I appreciate you adding that to it, brother. It's I agree with that.
I would like to
I
deal
do
with that real
appreciate
quick.
that also.
Um,
I do
I
have a
appreciate it as well.
question, and
can I
I'd like
tap
to
in on
know
that?
what your belief is based on. That would help us know more about how you came to think that way, and how long have you been thinking that way?
Can I tap in on that? What the brother just said is monumental because, when you deal with ancient Kemet, our belief system and what we consider not to be a belief system, but the truth is everything that deals with the aspects of nature. Okay, so when you see the symbol that he brought up, right, which was the falcon has characteristics that come with it that was here before you got here. Every single symbol in ancient Kemet is based on things that you will find in nature. Why? Because nature is our first teachers. If you was butt naked living in the jungle, you would learn from nature. If you were the first human being that was here, nature would teach you what to eat, when you need to go, when you need to stay. It would teach you when you need to sleep, when you need to wake up. If you look at the symbols in ancient Kemet, it was stuck with nature. Why did they stick with nature? Because they knew you can't go wrong when you stick with the aspects of nature. When you look at bird heads on the bodies of human beings, they're trying to tell you that this person acts with the mentality and the spirit of this particular bird. When you see
Wow.
an alligator on the head of a human being, it's telling you this person is a person that deals with the water. It's a person that guards the water. He's the keeper of the lakes. You see, people look at it and they thought that they were gods. No, God didn't exist yet. We hadn't yet created it. You understand me? When you look at ancient Kemet, Kemet was giving you the foundational principles that every human being ought to stick with, and that is nature, your divine nature. This is why you won't stray when you see how a body decomposes.
Wow.
Why? That's a natural thing. You know what the body does. You know where a man and a woman come from. You came out of the womb of a vagina like everybody else. You were not created from no dirt. You came from the woman's vagina. Now, where the first woman came from, that's up to speculation because we are the creation, not the creator, right? So we can leave that up there. We can, the computer doesn't create the programmer. You see what I'm saying? So we have to look at it and say, hey, listen, nature is our teacher and we can reverse engineer what nature does. You don't have to believe in the stars for the stars to do what they're going to do. They're going to do those cycles, whether you believe it in or not. They teaching you something, but you could act like it's evil if you want to, but they teaching you something. Them cycles do the same thing every year. You understand
Anybody
me?
have something to say or add to that before we go on?
I can say,
sir.
if we say the natural thing, we use nature. We just read a scripture that we was formed from the dust of the ground. Wouldn't that be considered nature, a natural thing, the dust of the ground?
I would say this.
We can say that, but I believe
it's metaphorical. It's metaphorical for what kind of dust. You see, there's when you look at
it's be some black dirt.
When you look at your skin, when you look at your skin, the skin mimics the earth, right? But it also can mimic stardust. It also can mimic the cosmos. When we break down the skin, what do we find in it? We find metals, all the things that's on the periodic table. We find everything that's there. All of the heavy, but guess what? When you eat food, guess what you take out of the food? You take out the iron, you take out the zinc, you take out all the precious metals that you will find in the cosmos as well, in stardust. So when you look at it like that, either perspective, either way, it doesn't mean that your answer is wrong. It's just that in order for you to find the answer, you're going to have to deal with nature. And that was the context of the conversation.
I have a question for Mr. Milton.
Well, I did want, before you take your question, sir, if I may, just a clarification point, and real quick and short. When he was asking about where do we go, the concession was the body always decomposed. We were talking about other aspects. As far as the question that the moderator had was, what do I base my belief on? This half of the Christian bases it on the Bible, and I'll stop there. And did you want to jump in?
To refute, it actually wasn't a question. It was really more of a statement to say that any religion is based on symbols that we agree upon. That's all. So the text is the same. The words are a same symbol as the falcon, is what I'm saying. You know, you don't want to assume, and I think that's a lot of times what happens when we get into things, is because we assume, and it has been passed down that this is what it is, and we've took it as dogma, you know? So that's my say on that.
I agree 100%.
I apologize to cut you off, but I would like to add, our Cometic brother was saying that he doesn't believe in God, yet a lot of the aspects that he was saying were created. Now, I know that there is a God, but I don't think it's separate from us. I think it is involved and intrinsic in what we do and are as human beings. Now, the good and the evil are different parts of us that are dualities. And that is something that we are, like you had mentioned, we are living in that either heaven or hell as you choose to allow the knowledge in your mind to take you there. So that's all.
I did have something to add to that. I will say, as far as the symbolism, I agree 100%. When I say, you know, an assertion, it's really just saying this symbolism is actually true over something else. And so where that comes from, I'm like, what are you using to back that up? But my question to Mr. Milton is, it sounds like, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm just seeking information, or is your belief system, so to speak, like a metaphorical naturalism? Is that what we're like, you know, is that what you would classify this Kemetic structure as?
Kemetic spirituality is.
I'm sorry.
Aspect of
Let me
African.
interrupt real fast. Will, can you accept this invite to come into this room? Because my phone's about to die, so we're gonna jump on his.
Yeah, I'll accept it if I see a request.
After our brother Milton speaks, I'd like to hear from our Israelite brother Colbert, if you'd like to chime in. He's, you know, I've been patiently waiting as well. Go ahead, Jamar.
Kemetic spirituality is an African spiritual system that not just existed in Egypt. This was the entire continent, not only that continent, but several continents as well, simultaneously were practicing these walks of life, because you, like I said, you couldn't get away from nature. You had to be, the technology was tied into nature. How you lived was tied into nature. How your traditions, everything that you did was tapped into nature. Even when you look at in modern day times where they take communion and they drink the blood, right? Symbolically, right? In the past, we actually did that. Our priestesses, our woman's menstrual blood, we would drink that. That was a part of ritualistic processes that was passed down, and religion stole those things because they knew that these were aspects of nature. They understood that life was hidden in the blood of a woman, in her menses. You understand? All these different things were happening in ancient Africa. Just imagine if you're the first person on the planet, first person, right? First thing you're going to do is what? You're going to have to try and figure out how to get something to eat, right? And so what you're going to do? You're going to go pick stuff from the trees. You're going to start, you're going to test stuff, right? Now, somebody going to tell you like, yeah, they just created a human being and somebody walked through this whole process. But no, we tested things out and we figured things out over time. And so what happened was, the first thing they did was they studied nature. They studied the first science was how to plant seeds, how to grow plants. Then you're going to study the sun and the moon and the stars to figure out when to plant those seeds. You have to study seasons. Then you're going to study the animals Because if you go into famine, guess what? You're going to have to start drinking milk from the cows. You're going to start studying what the animals do when they start migrating and they start leaving. You're going to follow them. You see what I'm saying? So nature was our first teacher. Because we're so far in the process, we look at it like, you know, it's primitive. But guess what? That was our livelihood at one point. Our words that we created were first pictures. Letters, when you look at the chronological order of how letters came to be, they were first pictures, they were hieroglyphs. The letter A, that's a delta. That's a pyramid. That's the first letter. It's the pyramid. It blows my mind when we try to look over and look past nature and skip right over into the new technology as if the new technology isn't based off of that. The internet is not new technology. It's them trying to figure out our technology of our minds, tapping into the ka, or what people may call the spirit, tapping into different things and seeing how human beings connect with one another. You ever think of somebody and all of a sudden the phone ring? You think it's by accident. No, you literally sent the message into the cosmos. You sent the message into the universe. You ever had a loved one die and you be like, I was thinking about that person that's crazy. You ever had a dream? Somebody say, I dreamed about you too. You think it's just happening. It's just coincidence, but it's not. We have more power than you think. And this is why when we separate ourselves from what we call God, we are diminishing our power as human beings. We are the God. God is us as long as we live in our divine self. If we're tapped into nature, you will find the aspects of what we call God being expressed by itself. But we didn't call it God back then. We call it neter, or it's an ancient African click language, or where we get the word nature from. That's what we call neter, the neteru.
So brother, you do believe in God. It's just you believe that we are God. You do not believe that God is separate from us, correct?
I don't believe in God. I'm trying to meet people where they're at in the conversation for the sake of argument, right?
Okay.
So we use the word neter, right? And the word neter is very different from God. Why? Because neter,
I see. Words.
Neter manifests itself in many different ways, but neter is also you. You are it and you are equals. You are parallel to it. You are in a system. It's not something that's higher than you or lower than you. You belong in the system and it repeats itself. You are necessary in that equation in order for everything else to exist. You can't have light without darkness.
I can get a moment.
You can't have up without down, in without out, left without right. It defines itself. I ain't seen the devil since I stopped believing in Jesus.
Tehuti forever. You had a question, sir?
Well, I just wanted to clarify because Michael Miller brought up this question. He asked in reference if he believes in God, or I'm not sure exactly how you phrased that question.
My question was, is Kemet like a form of metaphorical naturalism?
Okay, so that question arose a certain conversation about God, who God is. Do you believe in God? So as Jamar Milton was speaking, he was not referencing what we call God. He was referencing
the term. Yeah.
God is a concept. The concept of God came way after what we had previous concepts. So it was an evolution of a concept, right? So when we say God today, you're thinking of certain aspects and certain things and you're grouping them together. It doesn't matter what religion you're from. When you're saying God, you're thinking of a being, right? You're thinking of a form of a being. In antiquity, it was not a beingness. It wasn't a person with arms and legs. And the evolution of the word God, I'm not sure exactly where it comes from, but it said it may be Germanic. It definitely is
Germanic, Dutch.
Germanic. And it comes from the people who came up with the concepts of Thor and Woden.
That's right.
I have to beg the difference there, sir. The word God, you are correct. Dutch, Germanic, that's simply because that's portions of the English language. They did have a word for God in ancient times for ancient people. So you have to be careful that you don't ascribe our words coming from a Germanic point of view to say that we didn't have it in ancient times. And Christianity,
what was the word? What was the ancient word?
have a belief slightly separated, because we actually believe that Father Abraham saw a God being. God appeared to him. And that's how come he believed what the man said. And that's what, when the scripture said it counted it for righteousness. So it was an actual person personage that appeared. That is the slight difference between Judaism, Christianity, and some other religions. We have to hope that
to be clear, you're saying that the claim is that it was appeared.
That he appeared. Yes, that is the biblical claim. Exactly right.
That's the claim.
That's
and
the claim.
Okay, yeah, okay. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, and you're right. To be perfectly 100% honest, I have to say it is a claim.
I appreciate that.
Can you give us the original word for God? Because you just said that there was a God there was a word that was used before God. What was that original word?
I don't speak Jewish. I definitely don't speak ancient Aramaic.
Adonai.
I definitely don't speak anything. We can go through some words to go back toward that. As my brother said, Adonai. The thing about it, when you start worrying about words, you have to be very, very careful. And I used the humorous example of the congressman that when he finished praying in Congress, he said, a man, and then he said, a woman. Well, a man does not mean a man, and he didn't have to include a woman. A man means so be it, or let's agree, because it's a different type of word.
It's Hebrew.
Altogether.
It's a different language.
And he was trying to equate English with it, and it was very humorous. I laughed out loud when I heard it. So you have to be very careful when you're dealing with language to be specific. Like my brother said, I needed to include the word claim in there, and he was perfectly correct.
I do have a question for the Cometic perspective. Really, I guess it's for anyone, but I'm just curious. I mean, I kind of got the Christian. I'm more familiar with that, so that's why I'm more focused on Cometic. In the end, I'm not sure if you all are familiar with solipsism. You know, the problem of solipsism, where you really can't prove beyond yourself and you know, that exist. And it's a, you know, deep philosophy there. But I'm curious because the way that you speak, like, you know, the concept of God, I get it. You're trying to meet people where they are, but it starts within. Do you believe that there are other beings, or is this all just a construct inside your own self? You know what I mean? Are you tapped in it, or do you actually accept other existence, or is it all one existence? I'm trying to grasp that from your perspective.
When I talk about we touch into the topic of other beings, a lot of people start to delve into aliens, right? Or other worlds and things of that nature. And what I have to say in reference to that is your universe is exclusive to you, right? The knowledge that we have, when we know what has happened to it and how it has been destroyed, how it has been stolen, you know, just to give you some background, all of the knowledge that we're actually talking about and we're seeking, we once had on scrolls in ancient Kemet before they went in and they pillaged and took all of these scrolls out, put them in the Alexandria library. They raided them, took our priests from out of Egypt, made them go over there and decipher these things, cut some of the heads of them off, and actually burnt down a lot of it, burnt down a lot of the knowledge within the Alexandria library. So a lot of this stuff was actually lost, right? So what we're doing is we're reverse engineering these concepts. So if we look at the concept of, are there other worlds? If we talk to any other culture, they will tell you that there were other worlds or other domains or other terrains, which is where we get the word extraterrestrial from, meaning terrain. The where we go left is where we automatically assume that those other terrains are those twinkling lights in the sky, or they're up versus down, or instead of left and right. I don't believe that these other terrains are up there. I believe they're over there. I believe that we can actually travel to them. We have ancient maps that show a different view of the planet as we know it versus the global and the spiritual aspect. We have ancient maps from top cartographers such as Gerardo Mercado, who actually drew out and had to walk this step by step what the actual world was looking like at that time. And it shows a very different depiction of what we see now. So,
I respect what you're saying. It's about perspective. Where I'm coming from is just keep it real simple. I'm here and I'm claiming that because that's all, you know, but you claim that you're here, me and you. Yeah. Do you believe I exist separate from you, or are we all of one? You know what I mean?
Yeah. So I believe that you are a cell I am a cell. We are one in the same system. We are reflections of one another. You wouldn't be able to see me if we aren't, according to science. We vibrate on the same frequency. The frequency of visible light is very, very small compared to everything else. So that means we are vibrating on the same pattern. This is why two human beings can procreate with one another. It's because they're vibrating on the same frequency. You see what I'm saying?
I appreciate that. Yeah.
So yeah, you exist in that, but you are my reflection. You are not higher or lower. We are one and the same, and we work in tandem with one another. Once we separate ourselves and say, well, I'm the chosen one and you just the others, that's where you're going left, because you can't even live without other human beings on the planet. It's a system. You can't live without the insects, the animals, everything. It's all a system.
And the question to the Christians. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was just gonna see if we can have the host, after we finish up this last little tidbit, have the host go on to the next question so we can get the rest of the forum going.
I'm just curious from the Christian, whether it's my Jewish brother or Brian and Robert, it doesn't matter. Do you guys believe, is he like, it sounds like really it's one and the same. You guys believe we're actually independent individuals. There is no like, you know, all together in that sense. We are separate beings with separate free wills and such. And okay, I just try to make sure I'm on the same page with it.
We're able to interact, and I was really curious what he's talking about there, because if you go into string theory, especially M string theory, there's only 6 patterns that make up the whole universe, and they do vibrate. The vibration he's talking about in the visible light, all of those scientific principles, Christians believe in that, especially because we work in the same world. So I believe you exist, you have your own free will, I have my own free will, yet we can interact and maybe even come together and have a free will of community.
Yeah, okay, I appreciate that. I don't want to take it no more. I'll turn to the host. Thank you, I appreciate that.
Can I make a comment, sir? Can I make a comment?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry I'm late. My name is Timothy Cole. I had to work late today, so I came in. And it's very interesting, the things that I'm hearing. But one thing that resonates with me, and I was raised Christian all my life. I was actually a minister in the church as well. Brought my kids up in the church, but I started to see things a different way when I started to look at the concept of God. And I started to realize, I heard T.D. Jakes say, all roads lead to God. So I looked at all of that and I put it in this perspective that religion is our gift to God, just like God gave us all life, or the Creator gave us all life. The great I am, whatever name you want to call it, gave us life. And religion is our gift, or we hope that he receives, or it, I hate to say it's he, but that's just a habit I have. But it receives our gift. Religion has divided us. But at the same time, I really feel like that, just like you guys are on this call right now or on the Zoom, we're starting to wake up and gain our consciousness when it comes to the Most High or the Creator. We're starting to, I'm not putting that energy or that concept in a box anymore, because I feel like religion puts it in a box. So all the things that I've heard, I mean, I agree with it, what the brother was talking about, Kemet and the scrolls, and, you know, I'm totally on board with all of that, you know. And but one thing that I just wanted to put out there is that I feel like religion, it divides us. But at the same time, I think we should accept one another for what we believe and how we practice, because it's not up to us to determine what's right and what's wrong in that area. We need to allow people to express themselves and grow in their own way. But one common thing we need to understand and have is that we need to love each other, and we need to support each other, and then also gain knowledge. I'm 53 years old, I'm gaining knowledge. I'm evolving. If you're not evolving and you're stuck in a mind frame, that's a problem, because we were made to evolve and grow.
You weren't here for the beginning. What is your what is your your belief structure? Yeah, Christian, Cometic, Muslim, Jew. What are you? Anything? Nothing?
You know what? 10 years ago I would have said Christian, but that's definitely not it anymore.
So a God exists to you, or?
Oh yeah, most definitely. And I look at it as I am, the Creator. You call it whatever you want, but that's the way I see it. And I don't
Okay.
look at it as seeing a man
Hey,
in the sky.
Timothy.
I don't see a man in the sky. I see energy.
Marjorie?
Okay, I was going to ask Timothy if he could tell us any of his accolades or anything about himself. He started off with that, but he didn't tell us
Oh,
anything about
okay.
any accolades.
Yes, ma'am. I apologize. Name's Timothy Cole. 53
Are we
years old. I was
frozen?
born.
Oh.
What was that? I'm sorry.
Nothing, go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay. I was raised Christian. You know, ironically, my father was a Muslim before he became a Christian. So, I don't attend any church right now. I haven't in a long time, and I don't plan on to. I'm seeking knowledge in all aspects. And I went out and I bought a Quran, and I plan on buying more books, because I really feel like that we need to expand our minds in those areas.
Exactly. Can we go on to the next question, or does anyone else have something to say?
I like to give my accolade because I'm probably new to the group. My name is Robert Stewart. I'm 62 in September. I have read the Quran. Brother, you're going to have some interesting reading. Buying books is very, very good. I have probably been studying the Bible since 1979, a lifelong Christian. But I also will have to tell you that I have read the Apocrypha. I've read the Lost Books. I've read all of the science books that I could handle. I've read some popular science. I'm a science fiction writer, and I wish to write some more. So that's my attributes and accolades and a little bit about me. I'm a seeker of knowledge and always have been.
Okay.
That is wonderful. That's wonderful.
We're gonna have the host go ahead and get into the next questions, and if we can keep our responses a little bit more limited, so we can go ahead and get a little bit more roundtable discussion, that'd be great, fellas. Thank
Amen.
you.
Okay, I appreciate all of your input. And for anyone that's listening, that's trying to make a decision and they're seeking for knowledge, like most of us, let's just get straight to the point. Okay, the question that I have here is, where did the Bible come from?
Our Israelite brother, could you please start us off with that question, please?
Well, the Bible came from the Most High. We can read as far as a physical book. You'll find that in Exodus, and when Moses went up to the mountain and he got the 10 Commandments, which was written in stone, has been brought forth about books being in stone, this, that, and the third. And just throughout the scriptures, you'll read as it is written. Most High had us label and write down things in tables. That's how you got the book, because there was no physical book in the beginning, because people say, oh, this Bible is not the oldest book or whatever. There wasn't a book. It was a spiritual thing, like myself, I didn't need a Bible. I didn't get into the Bible until like 10, 12 years ago. And I'm hearing, the Christian aspect of it, and I knew that, but I'll talk about that later when we get a chance. But it began with Moses in Exodus, when the Most High gave him the 10 Commandments, but it's always been a spiritual thing. Abraham didn't have a Bible. Jacob didn't have a Bible. I have a Bible. And myself didn't have a Bible to know not to go rob somebody, to kill somebody, to commit adultery, things of that sort, because the Most High is a spirit. You have to serve him in spirit and truth. But the first Bible comes, as the answer to the question, is in the time of Moses.
Okay, our next question is the world coming to an end?
Kemet would definitely like to respond. I'm sure there was other responses to that question as well.
Okay.
So from a Cometic perspective, 1,000, 1,500, 2,000 years prior to the scriptures being on any scrolls, the concepts were written in stone and on stele. We have concepts. The concepts were written in the stars from the beginning. As far as the birth of Christ, three kings following a star to the birth of Christ. These concepts are written in the stars before the earth was even formed, right? These star constellations were already moving. It's serious. It's called the winter solstice. And here's the thing. This is something that's factual. This is something that you can go outside and it can be proven to you just by going outside and looking up, right? This is not something that's spooky. All you have to do is take the measurements, right? All you have to do is take the measurements of the movement of the sun. And on December 21st, what's going to happen is you're going to get the shortest day of the year. Jamal, did you want to go ahead and explain that?
Very, very easy to explain. The concept of the Bible, Helios Biblios in Latin, means the sun book. The entire book is based on the cosmos. Jesus representing the sun, as well as several characters in the biblical text representing the sun. These are ancient African stories that were already written that we have, that we can actually match up and show you where all of these stories come from the pyramid texts. If you look at the story of Jesus, Jesus was considered the fisher of men, was he not? That's because he represents the sun when it's in the constellation of Pisces. If you look at Moses, if you look at Moses, who we love to attribute, Moses was also a concept of the sun. If you can Google right now, I challenge each one of you to Google Moses with horns on his head and then click images. And you'll see all of these ancient pictures and all of these ancient depictions and statues of Moses with horns on his head. Why? If we look at horns, horns was always to be associated with the devil, right? But in this case, when we look at the horns on the head, is the reason why you see that on the head of Moses is because he's actually the sun when it's in the constellation of Taurus. When you look at the biblical text also in verses, when you look at Daniel in the lion's den, that's the sun when he's in the constellation of Leo or the lion. We already had these stories that was written in stone long before the biblical text was even mentioned. Mary represents Virgo. She's the virgin. Virgo, the constellation of Virgo. If you look at the scorpion shall bruise thy heel. All of this stuff comes from stories about the cosmos that we taught our children because we wanted them to always be tied into nature, to never forget this. We had kings at 17 years old, such as King Tut, that had to run empires. So we had to teach them in the way that we knew, the same way we do today. We take a little piece of broccoli and we say, hey, Mr. Broccoli, and we dance him around and we get our kids to eat the vegetables. Right. Even though we know that the broccoli doesn't dance and walk around, we make it seem like it does. I'll give you one more text to bring it on home to you. Remember when the disciples said, hey, listen, Father, where should we go to prepare your table? He said, go in the book of Luke. He said, go into the city and find the water bearer. Go into his house and then I shall come. You know why he said that? He said, because the water bearer is the constellation of Aquarius. If you look, you'll see the man with the water. He's bearing the water. He pours out information upon the people. And then the next constellation after that is the next house, which is what we call houses, right? Would be Pisces. Pisces comes after Aquarius. He's letting you know when the new sun or the new constellation or the new house we're going to move into is going to happen. These are all stories about the cosmos, nothing more, nothing less.
That's
so
amazing.
When the astrologers are telling us what's going to happen in your life, that's not anything that goes with astrology, really.
So now astrology is powerful. I'm just going to answer a question really quick, and then you can go. Astrology is powerful only if you are living according to the aspects of nature. If you're not tied into nature and moving along with the cosmos, then astrology doesn't apply to you. It only applies to those who actually obey what the sun and the moon and the stars are doing, because you had to live by those patterns. Otherwise, you would die. If you didn't know the seasons, if you didn't know when it was time to get up out of there, you were dead in Africa. This was everyone's religion, not just in Africa, but also in Americas. When you deal with the Native Americans, they did the same things too. If you look at the Mayans, they made calendars of the sun, moons, and the stars. Why were they obsessed with the cosmos? Because it was how you lived. It was your everyday life. You couldn't run from it. Nowadays, we just look at a watch or we look at the weatherman and we think that it's just, it's just happening. Like, no, this started with a process that happened tens of thousands of years ago with your ancestors, and they're the ones who started it, and they put it in books. They were documenting and tracking it back then, and that's why you have the Bible today.
After Mr. Colbert, can we go ahead and hear from Tim Cole after Mr. Colbert, please?
Now, I was just saying, astrology, according to the scriptures, we're not supposed to do that. That's witchcraft to us. He tell us not to
good luck.
Do all that divination and things of that sort. I'm just listening. That's what I was saying. He was speaking.
Every morning you wake up through the sun. That's astrology. Every morning you wake up when the sun, when you know it's about to snow, you take your behind inside. You know why? Because that's you dealing with astrology. You watch the weather. That's astrology.
What I'm saying is I hear y'all perspective, but you don't believe in the Bible. I'm trying to figure out how we.
No, we believe in it. We believe in it. We
Bible.
believe in it. Honestly, we believe in it more than the average Christian. We actually know what they're actually saying.
Oh, okay.
So it's a different kind. It's not, my brother. We're more similar than we are alike. I want to get that straight, right? It's just we have to understand that there's a context as to how these things were written. They weren't just written just for nothing. There's a context.
I want to say one thing too. You have two individual so-called groups on here that believe in the Bible. I myself don't believe in Christianity. I don't believe the perspective how the Bible has been taught. So it's kind of put me in a place where I don't know when to come and say anything, especially when it comes with the Bible, because they may say something that the Bible said, but I don't even believe that, because I got two gentlemen on here, Mr. Miller and the Mr. Cole, who just came in, who was Christians, so to speak. Well, Christianities. Let me use that because the Bible says, don't be ashamed to be a Christian. And I consider myself a Christian, but I know it has been taught to our people wrong. That's why the misconception is so strong now, and people don't believe it. Because you have your slave master who has taught you what God said, or the Most High said, which they taught a whole lie. They told a whole lie. So I don't even see it the way they may see it. And I have more stuff that I can bring according to scriptures. But if we're going to tear the Bible away and use the Bible to tear it away, it really doesn't make sense to me.
No, that's exactly why I brought up at first that we all have different symbols and
aspects, right?
So that's why, even if they are using it to try to deter from what you may believe in, the fact is that you are being able to speak your piece and everybody's saying their piece. And it's not necessarily for us on the panel to agree with each other, so disseminate information and see where we can have our different beliefs and see who ties into those. It's not about trying to convince or win over anybody on here. So
but to me, like, I'm just being honest, it's hard to say without sounding like a debate, because
right.
I have a person who's using the Bible to say it's a false thing, and then so
I can understand.
I don't know where that stands. I teach people you can't use the Bible to debunk the Bible. You either believe it or you don't. So you can't use it to destroy it. That don't make sense to me.
Do you use the Bible to prove the Bible?
I use the Bible to prove life. Yeah. Yeah. Prove life, not to prove the Bible. To prove life, because I wasn't there when God made Adam. I just have the faith. That's what that book says. That I won't go for another book to say, oh no, that's not true.
Okay, is it okay if we move on to the next question?
Well, please. Just stepped in the room.
We have some.
Okay. I didn't understand what you said.
There's a new panelist that just
stepped in.
Okay, will that new panelist please introduce yourself and tell us your accolades?
My name is Brother Unk. Man, I started the Raw Squad study group and had a hand in starting the Master Clan Warriors, Pseudo Killers. It's just a whole line of family studying scientific literacy and studying the correct way, the method, the scientific method, the method to get to our history. So we devoid ourselves from religion because religion is cultural, and there's at least 4,700 different cultural systems with different deities and different gods. And so we just want to make sure that African people get a fair say in the game. We was brought over here, enslaved under the banner of Christianity. 1,000 years prior to that, we was enslaved to the Muslims. So we start to come into our own now. We're in a space age. And so we want to bring the babies up on science and technology. We want to bring getting accurate understanding of the world we're in right now. So, it's depending on where you at and where your level is and how you feel about it. But what I would like to say is, at the end of the day, we are all subjected to the natural forces in nature. And the only way to really study that is through science. Science.
Okay, Unc West, what is your background for your belief?
Oh, I don't carry beliefs. It's superstitions, and so we all have them. But when I'm teaching my people, my background is scientific literacy, methodology, the correct way to get to the to the truth. And we'll have a conversation, we'll go all around. But so I'm a real black atheist, all day, every day. I do not subscribe to the state's religion. It was the state-sponsored religion that enslaved us, and I'm not going to try to take someone else's. Not a Palestinian. I'm not a Judean. I'm from Africa. The oldest civilization known to mankind is in Africa. The first people that walked upright and was able to talk based off the FOXP2 gene was African people before they left Africa. So, and we built great culture, great civilizations, and based off of us not staying in touch with science and technology, we got conquered. And the main tool was religion. So we got conquered by religion, technology. And so, I just represent getting us back on par so we can build strong organizations. And the world is in a space age. So you're not going to use a Stone Age religion, Iron Age religion to fight against those with science. The Palestinians are a clear example. Israel is in a hostile position right now, always have been. And none of the Muslims, none of them can touch the hell on their chinny chin chin. They got thermonuclear weapons. They got aircraft carriers. They got jets. They got all that, and they want the smoke. None of them have any control over them. So, and there's a reason. Does it have something to do with God? Obviously not.
Yeah.
But why is it that they have the advantage? We know they got partners, but why? Right. It's them daggone jets. It's the situation that Black people don't want to talk about. So we think we want power. There is no power without science.
Hey, I got a question, just a clarifying question.
Real quick, and then after you do that, we can have Marjorie go to the next question, please. Thank you.
Yes, sir. I'm an atheist myself, and I'm an agnostic atheist. Are you a strong or weak atheist? Do you claim there is no God, or you just don't hold a belief that there is a God?
I'm a real Black atheist. See, and that's a little bit different. And so I just claim science, though. You get that? Like, what science can verify and prove, then I gotta go with it, because I'm a natural. I love nature. I love the environment, and I love what nature can do for us. Nature ain't our friend. You know that.
So can I ask you, does science verify that the universe had a beginning?
Nah, no, science don't say it had a beginning like that. People misread that whole situation. Yeah, science don't say that. There is the universe is a closed system. So whatever you have in the universe, you know what I'm saying, it was always in the universe. We just can't measure it. There's a certain point where we just have not developed the tools to measure it. But there is no empty space. So even the statement, the Big Bang, is kind of like a misrepresentation of what's really going on around us.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I appreciate that clarification. I hold that to be true. That's what I think as well. I appreciate that.
Thank you, bro. All right, Marjorie, what do we have next?
Okay, a little while ago, Jamar Milton stated that no one has come back from heaven or hell. And so our next question goes right into that. Who was Jesus?
Me?
Yes.
Jesus I answered that Savior, baby. I answered that my last go around, but I'll tell you that as far as the biblical text, Jesus was the Son. As we say, there's power in the name, right? They use that in Christianity a lot. So if we're dealing with the name Jesus, that particular being, and I'm not talking about Yahashua, Jesus, I'm talking about Jesus. Jesus, the Greek word. He was the aspect of the Son. He was a Son God who is depicted in the biblical text in many different aspects and in many different ways. I would say Jesus, Moses, and Mary, all these individuals were actually the same entity in different time periods and different seasons according to cosmology. That's the way we look at it in African spirituality prior to it being anthropomorphized into real human beings.
Wow.
We're gonna let Robert Stewart speak, and then we're gonna go ahead and our Israelite brother speak after that. And if anybody like to chime in, go ahead after.
I concede my time to Brother Brian.
Okay. Excuse me. I just saw the name.
All
Go
right.
ahead.
Well, first of all, I rely on science as well, and I rely on the top experts and what a lot of the experts say, and a lot of historical experts say. Well, first of all, we have historical evidence that these people actually existed. So there wasn't a cosmology or a star system to it. These people claim to be actual eyewitnesses, and they actually died for it too. And that has been shown in other records outside of biblical records. But not just that, like I was telling somebody previously in another discussion that I don't believe in Jesus because of the Bible. I believe in the Bible because of Jesus. That's a whole different perspective when you're looking at it like this than when you take it and look at it like this. Now, Jesus has historical records. There are writings about a man named Jesus, and that he did walk the earth and he did perform some kind of miracles or something weird that people couldn't explain. Now, not only does that have historical value and historical fact and artifacts that go along with it, it tells you that it's more than just a star system or a cosmology to it. You know what I mean? Now, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that we can go dive deeper into this. So I don't want to take up too much time, but I'm just saying from a Christian perspective, there is historical evidence and historical facts, writings, writings in the Bible and outside of the Bible of historical Jesus.
Can we get a take from Mr. Cole, and then we can go to Mr. Colbert after that?
More historical writings about Jesus outside of the Bible than historical writings about Plato.
But go ahead.
Mr. Cole?
All right, so I have a question actually. So was Jesus the Son of God?
Yes. Jesus was God. Jesus was God in the flesh.
So you believe in the Trinity. You believe in God, the Father, and then the Son and the Holy Ghost.
Yes, I believe in the triune God. And when I say triune, that word comes from two different words. Tri meaning three, un meaning one, as in unity. Okay, that's what Trinity comes from, is triune. All right, the triune God is. I'm sorry.
Is that located somewhere in the scriptures?
No, that is not in the scriptures. The word Trinity is not in the scriptures. Now, the reason why we use that is because that is how God describes himself to us. God reveals himself to us, and that's how he does it, through the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. And you can actually look through the text and see God in that text. Like in the beginning, in the Old Testament, you see a father figure. You see the Father. In the New Testament, here comes the Son. All right, that's Jesus. All right, and when Jesus departs and he ascends to the heavens, before he leaves, he says, I will send one to comfort you. That's the Holy Spirit. So that's three, but it's all still part of one. It's all still one being. Okay, the same, I would explain it like this. I would explain it like this. I am a father. That's who I am. I am somebody's son. I am somebody's brother. I am somebody's cousin. I have all of these characteristics, but I am still a human being. I am still one being. You see what I'm saying? So with that, God is still one being, but he has different characteristics that he shows us and reveals to us.
Would you consider yourself the Son of God as well then?
No.
How come?
No. And
there's only one?
There's only one.
I mean, because God? in the text, I have learned that we're all children of God. Being that you're a male child at one point, would you not consider yourself the Son of God as well?
To answer your question there, sir, and he's correct. The answer is no, I'm not the Son of God, but we have to add another word there, which is called begotten. We are children of God. In other words, God has adopted us into his family, but we are not the actual Son of God, meaning that we have a divine portion where we're actually able to do things because of our divine nature. And that's where a lot of people get confused.
A lot
I'm
of people
asking
use
on the term
Bible.
begotten. If you could elaborate on begotten to me, I apologize. I just like some more clarity on that, sir.
Begotten means actually of an essence. Okay, that's really what it is. We're both fathers. Our sons are our essence. That's really the difference. That's the only reason why God is considered male in the form of English is simply because it encompasses both, because he has a father to the fatherless, a mother to the motherless. However, he is also the seed bearer, and we are seed bearers. That's the difference on fathers. Mothers are nurturers. They carry a seed, but they do not have a seed inside themselves. Only men have that. And that is the only reason. It's not I'm trying to answer a question that's not asked yet, but that's the reason why some of the feminists have against Christianity, because they think that we're against feminism. And I'm trying not to go too far.
Yeah, he's going too far. I don't want to get out of perspective.
Yeah,
Mr. Miller?
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Mr. Miller, do you have any comments on anything?
I as far as, is this to the original question of who is Jesus?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I don't know if an actual Jesus existed. There are claims that, some existed. I'm aware of claims that it's more of a combination of previous beliefs, and it's more of a metaphorical being. All I can say is that he's in the this person's in the Bible. I'm about what can prove this to be true, and so I don't hold that belief, but I do find it all very, very interesting, and I appreciate everybody's perspective. I respect that. I did have a question when it came to I'll save that for the Q&A. So I got it written down here, but go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yes, brother, Israelite brother Colbert, do you have a response to that question? Who is Jesus, sir?
So my question first is, which Jesus you talking about in the Bible? Because that's a recycled name. Jesus is a recycled name. We have Jesus, the son of Sirach, which you read in the book of Ecclesiasticus. As the brother mentioned, Yahweh Shai or Yeshua, those are just recycled names, because Joshua, I can read a scripture here that uses the word Jesus that's talking about Joshua. So I'm just playing on that, but I know who y'all talking about. Jesus, according to the scripture, he is the Son of God, of course. He is the John 1:1. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. In flesh, he is an Israelite of the tribe of Judah in the flesh, when he came in the flesh. Matthew 15:24. This is when the Canaanite woman came upon Christ and the disciples, and she was asking for help, but he answered and said, I'm not sent but to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. Christ was the deliverer, the anointed one who come to deliver the children of Israel out of the bondage that they was in at the time and now, actually. And he was a man of color, which we would call a black man. The big deception and why a lot of people don't believe in Christ or Jesus, because it's portrayed in this society as he was a Caucasian person with these blue eyes, and he let people just sit on his lap, and and it's a bunch of fairy tales that's put in Christianity, and that's why a lot of people don't really believe in the Christ in the Bible. But he's the Son of God. He came in the flesh. He's a representation of the leader of the children of Israel, God's people, chosen people. I'm just saying what the Bible's saying, what I believe. And when you ask the question, was the brother a son of God? I feel I'm a son of God because he is my father. My father which art in heaven, and I am a son of God because he birthed us all.
Okay. Brother Ankh, if I'm pronouncing that right, do you have any response to that? And then if we can hear from Jamar after that, please.
Yeah, shout out to brother Jamal, man. It's a young brother, man, a community, man. And it's the young people that's gonna take it at the end of the day. So I'm listening. I'm trying to find my daggone earphones.
Can we see
I'm trying to figure out why are we suffering from an inferiority complex? So obviously we think. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead. Continue. You cut out, sir. Go ahead and continue.
Cut out. Okay.
Go ahead.
So obviously we think that Christianity is superior than what we had at 3,000, 500,000 years ago. My fault, 350,000 years ago. And we think it to be so superior that we figure our systems that was created in Africa are inferior. So at 350,000 years ago, Homo sapiens sapien appears on the scene. And so when we had this conversation and we talk about a biblical, because we're talking biblical narrative to explain the history of African people. It's ridiculous. And there ain't no shot at the Christian, because the Christian got to know the world is older than the biblical text.
This is Israel, Isralites. We ain't talking about Africa.
No, y'all cutting in now? You know, I'm an expert.
Go ahead, sir.
Oh, yeah, I'm an expert at that.
Everybody get their time.
So what I want to say is that the world is bigger than the biblical world. Like, you got to know there's a biblical world, right? And the Bible only speaks about the world they knew. It's a cultural container, cultural system of people that lived in that area, Middle Eastern area, Judea, Palestine, Canada. But that's all they knew. They didn't know about Mesoamerica. They didn't know about Australia. They didn't know about Africa. They knew about maybe near the Delta area. The Bible tells you, right, the city of Ramses, Ramesses, that's in the Delta. They didn't know about Ethiopia, Southern Africa, East. They just didn't know. They only knew what they knew. Right. And so when we speak in terms of a Jesus Christ, you've now shrunk the world. You shrunk it to a time period at about 600 BC is where you get the first Israelites writings. And then Christianity is what? 2,000 years? Like, the world has been going on way longer than that. And so expansion by colonialism, Europeans, they had this limited view of the world. And so it don't matter if Jesus was real or not. We know he's not going to transform science. He's not going to get past not being able to walk on the water. You can't fly through air, because the natural world around us only allows you to do certain things. But he can't be the most important person in the world because he came late in the stage of history. So Black people have been doing a thing for 350,000 years with important people. The only reason Jesus is important because this is what we got through slavery. It wouldn't matter. He's another human being if he's real. You said he's real. So if he's real, then he only matters. He don't matter more than my mother or my grandmother. He couldn't have. He don't mean more than my ancestors. They lived in an environment prior to the Jesus Christ story, and we can really get it all the way in and show you where they borrow bits and pieces like everybody do. It's called the human family, and it goes back to 350,000 years. Matter of fact, this is the slick part. Watch how I get slick. The writing that the Hebrews got, they got it from the Egyptians.
Yes.
No, nobody can debate that.
I can.
It's like having that papyrus. You gotta show some discipline, bro.
I can't.
You gotta be disciplined. We speaking on Jesus Christ. I gotta set it up.
We read?
Bro, you gotta have discipline.
I'll let you get I'll let the Christian brothers get their time. They'll get 2 minutes response after this minute's finished. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just saying my name is Brother Unc, and you just Google me. You be like, oh, that's that guy. You can Google Jamal. You can say, oh, that's that guy. So I'm not knocking your Christianity. I'm saying it's a limited snapshot of the 350,000 years of African history.
Okay, can we have our Christian
evolution is the study of African people. So let me close it out. So I'm simply trying to say that the fact that we was called a scripture, it's only a scripture to the Christians. It's not a scripture to Ifa. It's not a scripture to the South African Khoisan. It's a scripture to those who either been conquered by conquest or who have accepted their religion. The Romans wouldn't call this scripture. Like, we got to really put it in this cultural context to really understand what's going on in this conversation. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you, Brother. Can we let our Christian brothers get a 2-minute response, and then I want to go ahead and pass it off to Brother Jamar after that?
Okay. You want to say anything in front of that?
First thing I'm going to say is, number one, Christianity was not a conquered religion to Black people, except for Black people in this country. Christianity was a religion for all of the world. the Ethiopian man in Acts. Christianity went into Africa a long time ago. You have to really be careful because of the problems that we have in this culture, because he started talking about culture. The problems we have in this culture of our skin color, you cannot translate that into Christianity. Christianity was beyond that. Now, he is right about only a known world. However, Jesus knew about everything ahead of time. And now we're going to defer to my brother.
What I'm gonna say is, I believe in the God, and I'm just gonna tell you my belief system. I believe that there's a God, and I believe he's a perfect being. If he's a perfect being, then he would know the perfect time to come into the world to tell his message if he wanted to reveal himself. Now, whatever time frame that was with whatever time frame he chose to, and he chose to pick in that particular frame of time, because that would be the most powerful moment to reach the most people that he could. Now, that story, you have to understand that the Bible was written about Jerusalem. Jerusalem is not an empire. It's not a big nation. It's not a big place. And actually, at the time of Jesus, it was a very, very small civilization, very small culture. And this carpenter, nobody, all of a sudden appears on the scene, and he is being written about more than Alexander the Great. Now, that should mean something, because Alexander the Great was a king. He was a conqueror, an emperor. All right. Now, you're telling me that some nobody carpenter is being written about more than an emperor?
Can we let our Cometic brothers, starting with Jamar? Well, I'll let you get in there for a second, but I want to hear from our Cometic brothers real quick with a short 2-minute response, and then if we can go on to the next question after.
Yeah, I mean, that's an easy one to debunk. I mean, it's easy to have the writings and be written about more than someone else when you steal the writings that you're actually talking about. When you take stories that were already written by ancient African people over hundreds of thousands of years, and you scratch the name off, and you actually put your name on it and say that you did that, not only is it disrespectful, but it's easy to take. Plato and Socrates weren't even real people. This is why when you see their figures, it's all white and they don't even have eyes. They weren't real people. They stole that from ancient African people. Okay, and then if we deal with the concept when we're talking about the Holy Trinity, I'm gonna tell you why the woman was an aspect that was going out of the Holy Trinity, is because that Holy Trinity concept came from an original African concept of Asar, Aset, and Heru, which were principles of nature, of balance, of binary code. And when you take positive and the complement of that, or which would be negative, and you put them together, you will produce a result which will be Heru, which would be the sun, or the essence of the two becoming one. These concepts were already laid in stone. We already had it for hundreds of thousands of years. Kings were using it. Scientists were using it. Everybody was already using it. Our priest was using it. This is stuff that we already had, and they just took their self and put them in that space because they didn't have a civilization. They took the woman aspect of it out of it, which is Het Heru, and they placed in the Holy Spirit. That's where the Holy Trinity comes from.
Tehuti forever, would you like to go rebuttal off that point or add on to that point, sir?
I think I'm going to go ahead and defer my time back to Robert. I'm sorry, to Brian. Go for it.
And then if we can have our Israelite brother cap it off after our Christian brothers, and then we can go on to the next question, gentlemen, if that's all right.
I don't want to step on your toes. So
one of the things I want to explain to our brother Kemet, because he keeps referring that the Bible comes from the people of the stone. First thing, Jews didn't go to any other place to study. All of the ancient texts of Jews, the only thing that you might be able to get is Moses. And Moses studied not chematology, he studied for the sun god Ra at his time. Kemet was a dead religion at the time of Moses. Nobody really studied those stone things that he's talking about, because Kemet had already evolved out of that. The thing that I want to share to most brothers nowadays, scientific fact, Jews only studied Jewish, and white and black is not the only people that's on the earth. The Jews were Middle Eastern. That means that there are people of color. White people didn't even come about as a concept until the 1700s, because there was no such thing as white people until that time. And I'll explain that some other time.
Okay, can we get our Israelite, our our Israelite brother to respond to that briefly, and then gentlemen, we got to go to the next question if that's okay.
Okay, I'll be real quick.
You're not
I'm
allowed
going
to
to
let him
Psalm.
roll
I'm going
with
to
that.
the Bible. I'm
Got a
going
lot to
Psalm
go over tonight, gentlemen. That's all. We got a lot to cover.
Yeah,
I
I
feel
feel like we should stay right there, don't it?
Yeah,
I'm gonna
yeah.
I'm gonna
Because
be
you
real
start
quick.
talking on Kemet, you're gonna have to back that up, because you know what I mean. You can't just say what our stuff is, because we know what
Can I
ours
say
is.
something about Kemet?
No, we're gonna let our Israelite
Okay.
brother, go ahead and speak, and then we got to move on, gentlemen.
So I'm gonna be quick. I'm
We
gonna
have to
agree
move
with
on.
the Ankh brother when he said this story was just, it wasn't talking about the other nations and all that. We didn't get that from them. Psalms 147 and 49, he showed his word unto Jacob, his statutes and his judgments unto Israel. He have not dealt so with any nation, and as for his judgments, they have not known them. Praise ye the Lord. So the Most High did share that with them. He shared it with the children of Israel. And I also want to go with the brother, the other brother, I'm sorry, brother, I forgot your name.
Cole, Tim Cole, excuse me, Mr. Cole.
And he said, this Maccabees 3 and 48, and they lay open the book of the law, wherein the heathen had sought to paint the likenesses of their images. Because they took our scriptures, and that's what you got Christianity for. That's why you open up this book I have here. You got some white images here. They stole our books, our texts, and painted their likenesses. That's why you see all the angels are white. That's why you see Moses is white. That's why you saw Jesus is white. So they did steal our stuff. The Hebrews didn't steal it. This book is true. It's been misconceived. So they both had some truth in what they're saying. I gave you scriptural insight on it.
Before we go any further, we're going to have our host please go on to the next question. I know we have a lot of debate that we can get on, not even debate, but dialogue we can share with each other, because this is just a sharing a dialogue, not a confrontation. But we do need to go on to the next question, gentlemen. Great insight so far. Thank y'all.
So that question for the Jesus, though, right? But go ahead.
Yes.
All right, good. Let's move from that.
Okay, the brother that just spoke, you read from the Bible. Was that a Catholic Bible? I'll move on to the next question. I just wanted to know.
This is the King James 1611 edition with the Apocrypha. And I want to clarify this right quick before you move on. King James did not write the Bible. He commissioned.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's the fact. He had translators. He had some good translators too.
Yes, he did.
And it shouldn't be no J's in there neither. If you got the real 1611, ain't no J's in there.
And you're right, brother. There are no J's in here.
J's in there. 1611s in the 16th century. J's was invented in the 14th century and started being used in the 15th.
It's just the sound though.
There are no J's, brother. No J's.
No J's.
It was Joshua. Marjorie, what do we have next, ma'am?
Okay, what is the origin of Christmas?
Mr. Cole, do you have an answer? Can we start with Mr. Cole? He hasn't had a chance to speak too much. What do you think, sir?
And I'm enjoying listening. I want to defer though. I want to defer to someone else.
Okay. Would anybody like to take up the topic? Go ahead, Mr. Colbert.
Can I go ahead and take it? I'm gonna go to Jeremiah chapter 10 in the Bible.
I like that one right there.
I like to call it the book of the law, because that's what it's
with
called.
The trees.
You want
gonna talk about the trees?
Yeah. You won't see the word Bible inside the Bible. You see the book of the law. It's a book of law, statutes, and commandments. So I'm going to Jeremiah chapter 10 right quick. And you can also Google the origin of Christmas. We know it's all a false doctrine, but it's actually something that started in Babylon. Jeremiah chapter 10. I'm sorry, I'm getting that quick as possible. And I start with 1. Hear ye the word of the Lord speaking unto the house of Israel. Wasn't talking to everybody, because everybody do what they do. Thus said the Lord, learn not the way of the heathen, and be not dismayed at the signs of heaven, for the heathen are dismayed at them. For the custom of the people are vain. For one cutteth the tree out of the forest, the work of the hands of the workmen with an axe. They deck it with silver and with gold. They fasten it with nails and with a hammer that it move not. They are upright as the palm tree, but speak not. They must needs be borne, mean carried, because they cannot go. Be not afraid of them, for they cannot do evil. neither also is it in them to do good. That tradition, this is the book of Jeremiah, which is before Christ was born in the flesh, because Christ is the word of God. He is the volume of this book. So that Christmas doctrine, this celebration of Santa Claus or the winter solstice, and you'll see it's variations of it, even back to Egypt, because there's actually some with the Mary and all that. Christmas is fake. I just say
Mr.
that.
Mr. Miller, do you celebrate Christmas, sir? Would you like to elaborate?
I celebrate Christmas from just a cultural, not a religious standpoint. It's not tied to anything. It can be, it means different things to different people. For me, it's just a time to come together. It's nothing tied to any of this, but it's a lot of different perspectives that I've heard on it though. Yeah.
Tehuti Forever, do you have anything you'd like to chime in, sir?
Yes, sir. Christmas. Teacher Colbert actually hinted towards it, and I'm in a 100% agreement with him. It is the concept has evolved. That's what happens with everything, you know. The remote control has evolved. My cup has evolved over time. Everything becomes more complex and it changes, it becomes more various. And that's what happened with Christmas. Originally, again, it starts from the sun, right? He spoke about the winter solstice, and the winter solstice really does basically lay out all of the information. It's the foundation of the cultural holidays and the actual biblical stories. It all's laid out in astrology. So you can, like I said in the beginning of the conversation, you can go outside, you can start charting the sun. When you start charting that sun, you will notice certain things. The sun does something in particular 4 times out of the year. You start studying that. That's how we get our seasons. That's how we get everything, is through the rotation of the sun. So let me be more specific as far as Christmas. The winter solstice is December 21st. Every year. It's been December 21st a million years ago. It will be December 21st a million years from now, right? Because that's the way astrology works. It's like a clock. The ancients saw that December 21st was the least day that we get the least amount of sun, right? So we don't get as much sun. That's the least day, and we get more darkness than we get sun on that day. Now they are tracking the sun, and they noticed that the sun normally moves 1 degree on a daily basis. It rises at a different point on the horizon by 1 degree every day, except for 3 days out of the year. So the winter solstice comes December 21st, but the sun doesn't move December 22nd, it doesn't move December 23rd, and it doesn't move December 24th. We can go outside and we can measure this ourselves. With our eyes, it seemingly does not move. Now the sun does regain its motion December 25th. That in particular is what's special about December 25th. It's been that way for the last millions of years, and it's going to be that way millions of years in the future. We can measure this for ourselves. So if we want to understand what Christmas originally was, it was astrology. We're tracking the sun. That's all it is. And we looked at the sun as being something that is right? It defeats the darkness, right? So we looked at the sun as something that is heroic. So when the sun starts to regain its brightness or its time and duration in the sky, we looked at that as a rebirth of the sun, because it didn't move for 3 days. Remember, it was still for 3 days. So we called that being dead for 3 days. On the December 25th, now the sun is reborn. Now we know every day after that, we're going to get more and more sunlight. Now, here's the thing. This is not something that is, this is something that everyone understands. It's just something that you need to learn about. We decided to make stories about the motion of the sun. That's where the Christmas came from originally. And it progressed through the Greeks, Saturnalia, whatever they called it, right? It progressed through the Greeks, and it progressed through the Catholics, and that's how we got into Christianity.
Can I have our Christian brothers go ahead and respond to that with a quick rebuttal, and then we can move on, fellas?
Quick rebuttal.
You skip me. How you gonna skip me?
Yeah, I gotta tap into
Who
that
did I
too.
skip? I apologize. Go ahead.
Skip brother Unc. The man,
Oh, I'm
Jamal,
sorry,
you
brother Unc.
skipped
Go
the hell
ahead.
out of us.
Well, I just saw you was referring to the Christianity about Jesus, and go ahead, sir.
So
Allow you
I'm
to
saying
talk.
for me, Christmas has always been a holiday for Black people to get some goddamn time off. Excuse my language. So,
Yeah.
so let's
Yeah.
not act like that, right? Let's keep it real. The slaves, that's the only day you got off. So this is the only time for a lot of us, for family and friends to come in around. So you daggone right. I also, I deal with Kwanzaa. I like Kwanzaa because it incorporates ideas and concepts based around Black people. I love that. I love African-American culture. I'm an African-American. My ancestors from African, and they was part of the largest forced migration on planet Earth. So yeah, I celebrate Christmas. And the brother explained it just right. It's the winter equinox. Like this is the study of the sky. This is what Africa gave you. You go down to Nubia, Napata planet, they got these star clocks, right? And these are the first people that was actually charting the star system. Go back to 16,000 years, not my fault, 6,000 years ago. They predate the Egyptian. They was a little more technically sound than the Egyptians was yet, right? So for me, it's the study of the equinox. And each culture decides and deems what value they place on that. See, that's what I'm talking to my biblical brothers. It's value. What value do you place on the equinox? What value do you place on Christ? What value do you place on the Bible?
I'd like to answer that for you, brother.
I'm just making my point is we gotta understand that we're talking about values, customs, and traditions. And even when you use the word spirituality, that's a Christian word. The Christians implemented that. So I'm not into that box, right?
Okay.
I love
that
humanity. I love the brown humanity the most. And here's what it is.
If we can get a response from our Christian brothers.
Wait.
Okay.
How's the Christians got the least discipline in everybody? They should use Christ to chill them out. See, if I was a Christian, I would say, Christ, give me the strength. Lord, have mercy. He talking. Let me just be quiet because he talking about some stuff I ain't heard of yet. We gotta have discipline as brothers and sisters. Especially we got the Queen Mother on here. Hold on. I'm saying I'm on my best behavior because we got the Queen Mother on here. We got the woman here on here. So we got to be the most respectful when the Queen Mother is here.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'll let our Christian brothers go ahead and respond.
I've got 15% battery life left. Okay.
Damn, man, you get to talk. That's your fault. Charge your phone up.
Thanks.
I'm sorry. I apologize. First thing, I like to agree with Mr. Miller. We celebrate Christmas. It is a secular holiday, the way America celebrates it with Santa Claus, the tree, and all that. That's why the reference about the Bible, about the tree, we don't worship the tree. Christmas, as far as Jesus is concerned, that is a calendar thing. And the calendar had to be fixed. That's the reason why you have the calendar that we have today, because they had to put so many days back in it. Going back to what you talk about with the sun and the moon and all the different, the winter solstice. They had to put an extra 10 days into the calendar. You can see a better description of this if you Google Joe Rogan interview with Neil deGrasse Tyson, who is a scientist, brother scientist. I love my brothers as well. I wanted to say is mainly that Jesus Christ, Christianity, is not a brother-hating religion, as it's been portrayed in the past 10 to 15 years culturally.
I'm gonna say this
I'm gonna stop
for the time cut out. Yeah, Christmas is a secular holiday. It's not biblically issued like that. Actually, Jesus wasn't even born in the wintertime. They believe Jesus was born sometime in the summer around July, maybe June or July.
August and September, I thought.
Okay, well, he wasn't even born in December. So all of that is just another man-made concept because of the winter solstice and because of all of that, because of how the sun does die, but it shows as a symbolism the same crucifixion that we believe that Jesus had suffered.
Which
we agree? I think you guys agreed on something. Hey.
Just a question real quick to Brian. So you see the connection is being laid out with the solstice and the dying of 3 days, and the way that even
Right.
if you don't connect it the same, you see how that what
I
came
see how
before.
people can connect that.
Yeah, okay, that's all. I'm not saying it is connected. You just see
Right.
the. Okay, I'm just curious.
Right.
Okay.
Would
Yeah,
anybody like to give a
definitely-
quick 1 minute response to that, and then we can go
Yeah.
back to Marjorie for the next question, please?
Yeah.
1 minute response from anybody.
One second.
So I want to say in reference to dealing with Kemet.
One at a time, please. One at a time.
Charles Muhammad has just joined us here, and let's go ahead and give him the floor. He's just arrived now.
Welcome, Mr. Muhammad.
Thank you, brothers. I thank you for the invite to be on the panel, to be on the show. For this, I guess, Black History, and to join in on the discussion. I just came in, so I wasn't privileged to hear the initial conversation, but I'm here to listen, and I will chime in when appropriate. So thank you for allowing me to come on with you, and proceed on, and I'll
Okay,
get in where
Brother Muhammad.
I'll get in where I fit in.
Brother Muhammad, if you'd like to give a quick 1 minute response, keep it under 2 minutes if you could, on your thoughts on Christmas. Do you celebrate it? Your thoughts, and then we're going to go to the next question, and then we'll start it back up again. If you can finish it out for us on this question.
Okay, yes, sir. Yeah, Christmas. We, as a follower of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, under the guidance of Minister Farrakhan, we have been taught the history of Jesus. Okay. And from his teaching, Jesus, as the brother previously mentioned, was not born in December. He was born in September. Now, there is a historical Jesus and a prophetic Jesus. The historic Jesus was a Black man who worked in Palestine. Okay. There's a lot of symbolism in the whole story of Christmas, and a lot of symbolism in the scriptures as it relates to Christmas. Now, as far as do we believe in Christmas like it is now? No, not as such. Looking at how the whole, and I don't want to get into no whole religious gangbanging thing. We got enough of that going on, you know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to bang on nobody, but we know that from history that 32 bishops met at the Council of Nice and harmonized the pagan worship and the true teaching of the word of God from Jesus. They harmonized it and scripturalized it, okay? And that's what we're dealing with today, and the many, many, many translations that have transpired since then.
Thank you. Thank you. Marjorie, what is our next question, please?
Okay, I just wanted to ask the brother that just joined if he could tell us about his accolades.
About my background?
Accolades and background, yes.
Been a member of the Nation of Islam since 1972. Worked in the Southern California area. Represented the Nation of Islam for 25 years in the prison systems of America, namely the federal penitentiaries and the state penitentiaries in California, mainly. Did some work in the penitentiaries out here in Arizona, which I reside in. And, and much community work, boots on the ground type of stuff. A part of the 10,000 Fearless, which was one of the initiatives by the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. He made a dynamic lecture entitled Justifiable Homicide, where he pointed out that our youth are in danger. And, it's really interesting how the government, the police institutions have targeted our Black youth because they know they are the future and they're the strongest and best generation that we have ever produced because they're fearless. Yep. So that generation needs to be guided in the right way instead of being turned upon each other You see, so that's part of my background. Yes.
Appreciate you,
so
sir.
much.
Awesome.
The next question is, are white people the devil, and where do they come from?
Can we start that with our Israelite brother, please?
Yeah, yes. All praise to the Most High. Welcome, Brother Muhammad.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
Yes, they are the devil. They are the devil. I'm gonna read Genesis chapter 25 and verse 23. I'm gonna always come with the scriptures.
Okay.
Unfortunately, you know, the things that are portrayed in this Bible in physical form is not what's in the book itself. So, you know, it's sad. Genesis chapter 25 and I'm gonna start at verse 23, if I may.
Continue.
All right.
And the Lord said unto her, this is Rebekah, which was a black woman, a woman of color. And the Lord said unto her, 2 nations are in thy womb, and 2 manner of people shall be separated from thy bowels. And one people shall be stronger than the other people, and the elder shall serve the younger. And when her days was to be delivered were fulfilled, behold, there were twins in her womb. And the first came out red, all over like a hairy garment. They call his name Esau. Esau is the so-called Caucasian man of today. There's no such thing as a white man. You know, piece of paper is white. They have a pigment of reddish pink. And if you're gonna answer the second fold of that question, that's your white man. They the devil, and where they come from is Rebecca, what I just read to you. And I want to read Malachi 1 and 4 right quick. I kind of went ahead when you asked on the question, because I saw these questions previously. Where did they come from? That's where they come from, Rebecca. I always use this analogy with a color printer. If you take that black out of that color printer, no other colors will work. So, you know, everything seemed to come from the so-called white man. That's a
strong point.
That's why they are devil. That's why they are deceiver. They deceive and they twist and turn and they do all kinds of manner of things. But I have no hatred. Most I would deal with that. Malachi 1 and 4. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get through. 2 seconds. I'm getting there. Malachi 1 and 4 is what I want to read, and then I'm done.
Okay.
And then if we can hear from Brother Jamar after that.
It says, whereas Edom said, we are impoverished, but we will return and build the desolate places. Thus said the Lord of hosts, they shall build, but I will throw down. They shall call them the border of wickedness, and my people against the whom they have indignation have forever. That's why we've been fighting since the womb. I'm just gonna go in the black and white term, as Brother Muhammad came in and showed how police brutality and all this, that, and third. We can all look at it and see it's always been white against black in any conversation. You don't see the white against the Chinese, black against the Chinese, black against the Arabs or whatever. It's always black and white. And if you read in the book of Genesis, when he was born, it was 2 manner of people in there. We've been fighting since the womb. We've been fighting, the black and white people, Caucasian and the Negro been fighting since the womb. And the scripture, they are the devil, and the scripture right here called them the border of wickedness. And you know what a border is? That's the perimeter, that's the surrounding. They are engulfed in wickedness. So yes, they are the devil.
Brother Jamar, would you like a response? And then we can hear from our Brother Muhammad afterwards.
Go with a hard no. White people are not the devil. Devil ain't real. God ain't real. Jesus ain't real. All these concepts that we throwing around, they all fake. And they all a part of a system that was created so that we could better understand positive, negative, and neutral energy. White people are the recessive manifestation of us. We cannot call ourselves the original man and not know where white people came from. The Black woman is the absorption of all color, which means she creates everything that is here. She is the mitochondrial DNA. She is the creator of white people. White people were originally albinos in Africa. How can we reverse engineer this? We can see this, we can go back even to today, what they do to albinos in Africa when they are born. They kick them out of tribes. They're scared of them. They call them ghosts, right? They banish them, exile them, maim them, torture them. What we're looking at is our doings as the original deities on the planet. What did Malcolm say? Chickens coming home to roost. They know who we are. We don't know who we are. We are supposed to be teaching them. This is the reason why we brought them into Egypt, because we knew who they were. They knew who we were. They were family. We were family. You wouldn't be able to procreate if you weren't. You are all a part of the same species. You created them. They are your recessive gene, what we call the lower self, but it is the opposite, the binary code of who you are. They, once they were banished out of Africa, when we saw them, just think about it. You got an all Black tribe and then this white baby come out of here, this albino. They get banished up into the mountains because they can't stay in the sunlight. So we kicked them out and we sent them up to the Caucasus Mountains like we did a bunch of them. They all had rickets. They had diseases. Anyone that had diseases had to go too. So when they went out of the tribe and went up to the Caucasus Mountains in the cold weather, because they couldn't stay under the sunlight, they started procreating with one another. They started laying with animals. This is where bestiality comes from. This is where eating meat comes from, because they kicked out of the jungle. Now they're in scarce territory. Some of them was procreating with what we call the people of the chosen ones of Israel. Yeah, those Caucasus Mountains is right there. I can show you ancient maps of the ancient people of Israel actually dealing with these individuals. And you can see their legs with rickets and they looking all distorted. These were all our sickly that we kicked out of the tribe out of Africa up into those mountains. They didn't know how to bury their dead. So they were laying next to dead bodies right next to them, rigor mortis and all that. Why you think they were so in tune with vampires and all that, the blood sacrifices and all that? Because this was their lifestyle. See what I'm saying? We keep trying to separate it. We keep trying to call ourselves the original man and then try to separate ourselves from the rest of history. And you can't explain where they came from, but you was here from the beginning. This is the basics. This is the basics. Where did white people come from? If we learned the science, in reality, if you want to get rid of white people, really the reality is you're supposed to procreate with them. Why? Because we're the dominant gene. Huh? Yeah, you don't want to hear that science. That's science. You can't beat science. When a white person lay down with a Black person, that's a Black baby by default. Nothing you could do about it. But see, we so caught up in our ego and our religions and our theologies and ideologies, we try to ignore obvious stuff that stare us right in the face every single day. They came back in, they knew who we was, we forgot who we was, and they used the things that we taught them. I can show you the actual glyphs of them coming in with weapons. We talk about the children of Israel, or we call the Slavics, right? Or the Tamhu. This is where we get the word slave from. We enslaved them when they came back into Egypt. Because you know why? Think about it. Nobody ever asked, what were the children of Israel doing in Egypt? Ooh. If you're from Israel, what the hell you doing in Egypt? I'll tell you what it was. I'll tell you what happened. No, slow down. I'll tell you what it was. They were in a famine because they were up in those mountains and they were hungry. And we took them in because we knew who they were. And we taught them all of the things that they needed to know in order to be able to survive. I can show you the glyph of us holding scrolls as they walk in. And they were holding weapons because they were in vigorous territory, fighting animals and all that stuff. We washed them up, showed them how to clean themselves up. Huh? This is the history that they erased out of our books that they don't want to tell y'all. Because when you realize that, guess what? It calls for you to have a sense of accountability. This is why we go easy on them and we forgive them when they do what they do to us. This is why we when they shoot us dead on the street, we look like it ain't nothing. We just let it rock out. But it can't happen in the reverse order. Because literally, if this was your son, and your son went out there and committed murder, is you just gonna go and kill your son? Nah, you still gonna fight for your son because you know that's your baby. See what I'm saying? Those are our children at the end of the day. If you reverse engineer it all back, and we the first people on here, they came from us. I can show you ancient kings and queens with blonde hair, blue eyes, children in Africa and in Australia with skin blacker than mine with blue eyes. My son was born with gray eyes before they turned brown. Stop playing with me. By y'all not actually giving the credit to the black woman, all you're doing is you kicking her out of the frame for all the things that she's beautiful for, which is creating all of these different species. This is what the black woman did. But we didn't know.
You're right about that, brother.
We were ignorant to the science.
Yes, sir.
Brother Muhammad, do you have a response? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. First thing I just want to correct the name. My name was Charles Muhammad. It is now Abdul Iman Muhammad. I was given that name by the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan when we did the work down in LA during the death of Nipsey Hussle. But getting back to the question that my sister asked, is the white man the devil? Yes, he is the devil. Where did he come from? I agree with the brother that just spoke. He came from the original black man. The black woman is the mother of civilization. All life has come from the black woman. When I look at the scripture in the book of Genesis, when it says, let us make man in our image and after our likeness, okay, who is the us? The us is the original people, the black man and woman that were already here. The white man is only 6,000 years old. So he's a baby on our planet. When he was produced, he had a concupiscent nature where he caused bloodshed and war. There was a 100-year war in Europe, a 300-year war in Europe. But where did he come from? From the teaching of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad, there was a great scientist in our history by the name of Yaqub. Yaqub studied the origin or the germ or the first genetic scientist that went inside the original man and discovered that there was a black germ, dominant, and a brown germ, recessive. Dr. Mendel agrees with this, where he says that the dominant, you can get the recessive from the dominant, but you cannot get the dominant from the recessive. Well, Mr. Yaqub found that black people contained both recessive and dominant genes. So he married the ones who were lighter, right? And over a period of time, you got from the black nation, you got a brown nation or a brown race of people. It took 200 years to do that. Yaqub only lived to be 150 years old, but he laid down strong law that if anybody deviated, they would be killed. So after 200 years of the brown man, another 200 years produced a yellow people. All peoples came from the original black man and woman. And then after 600 years, the white man or the Caucasian was produced. And as my brother said, he was driven out of Mecca into the caves and hillsides of Europe. And there they went savage. Now, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad teaches us that we sent Moses to this savage people who had lost everything. They walked 2,200 miles across the Arabian desert and lived in the caves and hillsides of Europe. EU stands for caves and hillsides, and ROPE is the rope that binds in. There were sentinels on the border, and those who were on the border was from the area called Turkey. And this is one of the reasons why they cut the head off the turkey and serve it at Thanksgiving. Now, while they went savage, we sent them Moses to teach them and to guide them. And Moses had a hard time with them. He had to surround himself in fire because they would try to eat Moses. They would try to eat him physically. So he had to protect himself by putting himself in a ring of fire. He taught them how to cook their food. He taught them, as the brother pointed out, they didn't know how to bury their dead. He taught them how to bury their dead. When you look at the symbol of medicine, you see a staff and you see a snake crawling up a staff. That's called the medusis. Okay, that staff represents the truth. That staff represents the original knowledge of the original man. And that snake represents the Caucasian that was able to lift himself up from that low level of existence, crawling on his belly, that he would be able to stand upright like a man. You see, they did amalgamate with the animals. That's why they called the dog their best friend.
Yes, sir.
Love the dog.
Appreciate your
So-
insight. If we can get if the Christian brothers are still with us, I'd like to hear a 2-minute response from them. And then if we can go on to the next question, if anybody else would like to chime in after the
You gonna
Christian
skip
brothers
me?
And what
I'm not skipping anybody. I apologize, promise. But
I would like to get in there too as well.
go ahead.
Yeah,
I just spent a
but
second
what-
since we heard Brother Ankh and then the Christian brothers. However that order would like to go.
Well, we don't believe that the white people are devils. We don't believe white people are devils. We don't believe that they came bearing weapons. What we believe is basically back to microevolution, not macroevolution, but microevolution. I believe that we were all one people starting off, of course, African. But as the climates changed, as the food changed and migrated, so did the people. And the people that traveled up north adapted more to their environments. What I mean by that is, if you look at white people, their noses are thinner, their hair is stringy, their lips are thin. When you're in cold climates, you want thin lips. You don't want thick lips because your lips will get chapped. Your nostrils, you want to try to hold in heat. Your body wants to hold in heat. So your nostrils will get thinner. Your hair wants to expunge water or wetness or any kind of moisture because it'll freeze. You don't want that. So your body will adapt to its environment. As far as Black people, we were closer to the equator. We want to expunge heat. So our nostrils got wider. We want to soak up more moisture. Our hair got more spongier. I think it's just parts of microevolution. And that's what you see in the difference between white people and Black people.
Thank you.
If I could jump in
Sure.
on this, scientifically I would agree with Brother Brian there. I do want to say I appreciate everyone dropping knowledge. This is a great panel and forum. And Mr. Mohammed, I do want to say, although I don't hold the beliefs of the religion or I don't mean no disrespect of Nation of Islam, I do respect you guys. I love Minister Farrakhan, and I love the things that you guys do for people of color and around the world, some of those connections. So thank you. As far as white people being the devil, I don't subscribe to the devil, but no, I think that there's plenty of white folks that I find to be as friendly as a Black folks or any other as much as you can call somebody being friendly. But no, scientifically, I think that the explanation Brian gave, I definitely subscribe to. I just think that there are good people, there are bad people. Now, I will say, from a historical perspective, where as a whole, white folks have went, there has been devastating, consequence. It seems, not everyone, but just as a whole. But that's just the history, there's history where devastating things from other people as well. But, so I think that can, lead into that mindset. So I can't disagree with certain things there, but on a specific individual level, no, I don't subscribe to white folks as devils. I just want to add that piece, and I thank everybody for their, part in sharing their belief.
Appreciate it. Thank you for that, sir. Mr. Cole, do you have anything to chime in, sir?
Well, first of all, I just want to say, man, this is amazing, brother, to hear this information coming from brothers like myself, man, Black men. This is awesome. No, I don't believe in the devil, and I don't believe that white people are devil. But I definitely looked at it from this perspective. Everywhere a white man has gone, he's destroyed and pillared. He destroyed. He's destroyed languages, races of people. Look what's happening in Australia. They destroy and they conquer, and then they turn around and build it up to make them look good. So if I believed in the devil, they would definitely be on the top of the list.
I understand that.
Touche. Okay.
Can I say something real quick?
Anybody else like to add a few short comments, and then we're gonna add Mark.
Man, I don't get my chance. I only get a few.
I want to hear from this.
You guys gotta understand how difficult it is on my end too to make sure everybody gets a decent amount of time to talk. There are a lot of factions that do have more than one representative in here, so I at least trying to chime in a voice on each question here. So I'm not. There's a method to my madness. I'm not just randomly. I'm really truly trying to make it as equal as fair as possible. I don't want to shortchange our audience or even ourselves on the information that we're getting, but you know, it is a task to try to make sure. So I'm learning as well as I'm listening, and I'm just trying to help facilitate the best conversation possible. So hope you guys understand that. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if anybody like a short 1 to 2 minute rebuttal response.
Man, I don't. You know what?
I would love to hear from Brother.
Listen, I'm gonna have to leave, right? Listen, because I can't, what I got to say, I need as much time as everybody else has. I'd rather not just do it because I'm the scientifically literate guy. There is only one answer where human beings come from. There is only one place to study it. You can't study it in religion because religion, everybody got their own ancestral cults and shrines and their idea where their ancestors came from. So we can't do that. You can't go to the Christian Bible because the Christian Bible. Man,
come on, brother. Come on.
I said you can't go to the Christian Bible because that's a Judaic system of understanding where humans came from. They say they came in Asia somewhere. So where do we go? We go to the place where it's the only even playing field. We go to science, right? And when we go to science, right, we got to go to the evolutionary model. Now, the Christian brother made a misstatement of, I believe in microevolution. Well, you can't believe in microevolution and not deal with macroevolution. We're just talking about scale. So if evolution occurs on a micro level, on the demi level, on the genetic level, then it occurs on a large scale. How does it express itself?
But it can't be proven.
Man, God damn, where is your patience at, brother? This me you talking to.
I'm just saying one word. It can't be proven.
I'm saying is the one word is a tactic to cut my flow. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So I am telling you, you can't use evolutionary terms out of place. That's why science is so strict. It will not allow you to say that evolution occurs on the micro level, but does not occur on a macro level. Nobody, you can't say that. No credible scientist will ever say that. And anytime you want to have this conversation, me and you, we can have this evolutionary concept, talk, because this is what I do. Here's my book, The Chronology of Human Evolution. I've written on the said subject, okay? So let's go to the origin and evolution of humanity. This was written in the 1910, okay, by Albert Churchwood. I learned about Albert Churchwood through the great John Henry Clark. He actually writes the foreword in the book. And it's simple. He says, from studies I've made during many years, I'm fully convinced that the preconceived idea of many scientists regarding the origin of the human race, both as a place and date, is erroneous, and evidence will be brought forward to prove that the human race did not originate in Asia, but in Africa. So the Black community has developed ideologies around Black people come from Asia. That's not the truth. He says the first question which arises is this: when and where did man make his first appearance on Earth? The biblical scholars tell you about 6,000 years ago in Asia. The Iron School in Asia about 20,000 years ago. Others, including many scientists in Asia or in some mystical land, which has now disappeared, all of them have denied Africa as the home place for man. So what we look at, look it up, it's called the Outer Africa theory, right? We'll prove the Outer Africa theory by a few things: by fossils, that's the bones, by genetics, and by archaeology. There's no getting around that Homo sapiens sapiens started in Africa first, about 350,000 years. There's no getting around that. There's no scientists. So when we teach our children, the rest of the world has already agreed that the black man and the black woman gave rise to all human populations, that the black man and the black woman left out of Africa, and as they left out of Africa and went in different environments, they mutated and transformed. So when you look at anybody, you're looking at a mutated African. When you're looking at the Asians, mutated Africans. When you're looking at the Europeans, mutated Africans. When you're looking at the Native American population in the Americas, mutated Africans. Mutated to their environment for survivability so that the next generation can give birth. They give birth to valuable offspring. If you give birth to a white person in the middle of the Sahara, it would not be a valuable offspring. The sun would eat it up. But if you gave birth to a baby, a dark-skinned baby in Europe, Northern Europe, near the ice caps, right, then that would not be a valuable offspring. We would die from vitamin D deficiency. So there is no question that humans are humans. The first laws and regulations come out of Africa. So if somebody killing somebody and murdering somebody, they did it first in Africa. If somebody is practicing homosexuality, they did it in Africa first. But the beautiful thing is that we developed a culture and developed treaties against certain ideas and concepts. So is the white man a devil? Not no, but hell no. He put his goddamn pants on just like we do. So I refuse to teach superiority in the devil. In the Bible, God does not kill the devil. As a matter of fact, they walk with the devil in the Bible. The sons of God walk with the devil. They don't seem to have a problem. God does not kill the devil. As a matter of fact, he says that the earth is really, the kingdom of the devil. With that, I'm done.
Appreciate your insight.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate your knowledge, brother.
Very well spoken.
Before we move on, can I just show some proof of what I was talking about in reference to the albinos in the caves next to the children of Israel? I want to pull up a map. It's called the Psalter map. This was created in 1262. It's an ancient map. I'm going to share my screen so everybody can see this. I like to give references. I don't like to just say what I'm saying and then tell you, you know what I'm saying, that this is what it is. So if I could share my screen real quick, let me know if y'all can see my screen.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, we see it.
Try to look at this. So y'all can see where this comes from. Now you see here, as the children of Israel often do, they put themselves in the universe, in the center of the universe of the whole world, as if they're the only ones who exist in this world at that moment in time. This is actually done during that time. If you look to the right over here, which would be the east in the mountains, you will see these white beings in the caves. And as you can see, they are disfigured. These are all the children that came from out of Africa that were sent up into these caves that was right next to the children of Israel that they were procreating with, because you can see the waterways actually leading over through these mountains. You know, the water gets filtered through the mountains. So they was directly dealing with these people, you know, regularly. That's how they came into Egypt and dealing with us, because they were dealing with them. And there was a common ancestor, which we call the Denisovan, that they were procreating with as well, which is what gives them the ultimate look that they have now. So just so you know where all of this comes from, we have documentation to show you what was going on during that time and who was the one that was orchestrating this whole thing and who and the identity of these people are.
Oh, thank you for sharing. That's pretty dope.
Let me chime in for a second. You know, when you look at the biblical aspect of Adam, the new man, and you can only trace, historically, the Caucasian back 6,000 years. When the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said that the white man was devil, he's talking about the nature, and the nature comes from his grafting from the original. Okay. Now, since he's been on our planet, he has infected, or I should say his mind, his standards have been accepted by the original people, and he has gained control over the whole world. We can't deny that. You know, he controls the world of business. He has the greatest armies on the planet, where he boasts of killing or destroying the planet 50 times over, you see. But his mindset has gone into original people. So when you see the young brothers in the hood or Black people not getting along with one another, you can see that we are not acting from our original nature, which is to be righteous by nature. But we've taken on a mindset that, you know, I got mine, so you got to get yours. And we have become so disunited and fragmented as a society. And it has been a targeted, purposeful program to destroy the Black man. You know, when I read the book by one of our great scientists in the Nation of Islam, Dr. Wesley Muhammad, he wrote a book on understanding the assault on the Black man, Black manhood, and Black masculinity. And when you look at the music world or hip hop, they want to make everybody into homosexuals. Why? Because a homosexual Black man is no threat to the white man's power structure. So they want to keep the Black man down. They want to, you know, and reverse the roles, if you will, you know, because we have some strong Black women, and the Black women are standing up by default because the Black man has not taken his position in society the way that we could and the way that we should. So I don't believe that we came from evolution. I believe we were created in the image of God, and that we were made to be like God, and that we, as the book of Psalms says, ye are all God's children of the Most High God. You are a God, but you have been made into something other than yourself.
Thank you,
brother. Ourselves, I would say.
Can I just touch on it one more time before you leave off? Because I hear the Bible is being spoken a lot, and you know, devil is a deceiver. And when the brother mentioned we walk with the devil, the sons of God walk with it. Now it says they walk with Satan. Satan and the devil are two different things. And we also mentioned everywhere the white man goes, he is.
Can you explain that, brother?
Strong. I'm sorry.
Can you explain the difference, please, brother?
I just want to touch on the white man being a devil right now, and I got something for you right too. I just want to go to Genesis 27 and verse 28, when he was asking for his blessing, and Esau, known as the so-called Caucasian, was given a blessing. I'm gonna go to 39. I'm sorry. I'm in Genesis 27 and 38. And Esau said unto his father, hast thou but one blessing, my father? Bless me, even me also, my father. And Esau lifted up his voice and wept. And Isaac his father answered and said unto him, behold, thy dwelling shall be the fatness of the earth, and as the dew of heaven above. So Esau has lived everywhere, and they live in the fatness of the earth. They're living in the best places right now. I ain't talking about when they was in the Caucasus Mountains. This is a blessing that was foretold. And it says, by the sword shalt thou live. Because they live by the sword. They live by destroying cultures and sucking them up and taking it over and putting their staff on it as if they created it all. And by the sword shalt thou live, and thou shalt serve thy brother, and it shall come to pass when thou shalt have dominion that thou shalt break his yoke from off his neck, because they did serve the children of Israel at one period of time. And the brother brought out that the children of Israel procreated with them. Yeah, we did. We weren't supposed to. We procreated with Hamites, Edomites, Ammonites, many of people that we weren't supposed to procreate with. And also, I want to touch on that we all come from Adam. And I'm going to the book of 2nd Esdras, and I'm going to read verse 8, and I'm going to read verse 56, if I may.
Was that your second turn or your first turn?
This is my second turn.
I want a second turn too.
But I keep brief.
We're still on the same question, gentlemen. We do need to get to the next question, though.
Nah, we can't get you. You give people second turns. Give everybody second turns.
Let him go ahead, because he's about to tell us how we all come from Adam. So we need him to jump out this window, because we need to figure out how we all come from Adam. I need to hear this.
Okay.
Well, you bring the Bible, but you don't believe the Bible. So let me come from my belief system, because this
I
science.
don't bring the Bible. I don't use the Bible.
I know, bro. This science is so powerful that y'all are speaking of equilibriums and waves and all that. It's funny how all that has been destroyed by some words from a Bible. What happened to that power source?
What you mean?
Nah, what are you talking about, man?
What you
made that up?
Destroyed? How's it
in a whole different universe. Come on now, come with it.
Okay, I'm gonna just use this scripture, and I'm gonna leave it be. And this is for Brother because he doesn't get a lot of time to speak, and I just want to put this out here for the Christian brothers. I just want to put that out there so he can get his voice in also. Ecclesiasticus chapter 11 and verse 7. Blame not before thou hast examined the truth. Understand first, then rebuke. Answer not before thou hast heard the cause, and neither interrupt a man in the midst of his talk. So let the brother talk when he speaks, and so he can get his fair chance.
Yeah, I'm just simply saying the reason we right here, right now on Zoom is because of science and technology. Not because of biblical narrative, not because of an African creation stories, which I love all the African creation stories. They're full of life and flavor, just like, Black people. But the reason we on here is because of technology. And the reason you're going to have a job is because of technology. Because the school teachers still had a job because they could teach from home with the Zooms. Like, we're not going to sit here and act like having a particular God is the reason why we make it every day. No, that's not the truth, because I'm not an arrogant person. But the religious amongst us are very arrogant. So we give narratives that only fit a biblical narrative when the African been around, like I said, for at least 350,000 years. And so once Europeans they conceded, when the works of Charles Darwin came out, it was a thing called scientific racism, where they said we was monkeys and we wasn't humans. Charles Darwin and Albert Churchwood, right? Who Dr. Ben and John Henry Clark directed us to. I learned about John Henry Clark from Dr. Ben's work and John G. Jackson's work. They said, those guys, Charles Darwin, Albert Churchwood, I just read it. They said that humanity started in Africa. So they're the first Europeans, the first people on earth to realize that humans, Black people, that like the ones they had in slavery, that we was the mothers and fathers of all of them, and we should be treated like everybody equally. This was the work of science, though. Science did that. The biblical narrative don't do that. The Hebrews claim to have the God. We can read it. They're God's chosen people. But do you know why the Hebrews are God's chosen people? Because that's what their culture maintains. We're talking about cultural understandings here. The arrogancy is that we have the God. To hell with all the other brown gods for the last 350,000 years. This is the God. That causes conquests, wars, and destruction to the human family. The wars fought a lot of times be over religion. Even the Christians fought and killed each other. Y'all think Hitler wasn't a Christian? The Brits, you don't think they was the Muslims? They fought wars. The daggone wars with the Muslims and the Christians, the Crusades. So I'm saying this for us, Black people in North America. Man, I enjoy listening to different theologies. The Nation of Islam, they have a theology, but it's biblical, Quranic based. Black people, Black women predate that. We actually predate writing itself. Storytelling comes out of Africa. We have been enslaved mentally, physically, socially. Now we're going to sit here and act like things have changed. No, it changed because great men like Martin Luther King got his head busted and shot off so that we can have some rights that we now disrespect. He did that for us. So I'm not saying don't be a Christian, don't be a Muslim. Malcolm X died for trying to stand up. Got his brains blown out by his own daggone people. So when I'm talking science, I'm leveling the playing field. I don't care what you believe in. I'm saying, but what does the data say? And if we know that we came out the womb was our damn mother, then where's the explanation of that? If we know that we don't even live without breathing air, where is the explanation for that, Black people? If we know we're in the Stone Age, they go on to Mars, right? They got probes on Mars, right? Are we involved in that? I tell you what, give praise to the daggone sister who led the actual study, Moderna, and gave us a vaccine that we all want to act like we don't need. And we all want to act like it's going to kill us. You hear people talking about it's going to kill you, and I'll show you a bunch of afraid people who are actually afraid of white people. So when you call a white man a devil, you're really saying, man, I'm afraid of you. When you say he's going to kill us with the vaccine, you're really saying, I'm really less intelligent than you, and I can't figure out whether you're going to kill me or not, because I think this science is the white man's science. That's what we're really saying here. So I'm not trying to stomp on anybody's beliefs. I'm simply saying to even the playing field and to compete with the rest of the world, because I thought that's what we were trying to do. I thought we were trying to build strong African-American communities that, one, understand we come from Africa, and two, realize that we can be a valuable force in the damn world if we get a strong family structure first. Strong families build strong communities build strong nations, but it can only be based in science. I'm done.
Next question, gentlemen. We're going to the next question. Marjorie, where are we at?
Okay. Is the world coming to an end?
Which gentleman would like to start that off? If we can keep the responses under at least 3 minutes, please.
I'll start it if I can. Brother Abdul Iman. Yeah, the world of evil is coming to an end. It was given 6 days or 6,000 years to run its course. After that time, there would come the mindset. There would come a time that would break the civilization of the conqueror of the world. And we believe that that one has come. We believe that that one that would appear at the end of the rule of the Caucasian people, not the end of the earth. The earth is not going nowhere. It is the end of a mindset and a cycle that has to end because it has set racism, nationalism, sexism, and materialism as a god over the people of God. So that has to come to an end. It's dying a natural death. I'll stop right there.
Anybody would like to refute or speak on it?
I would like to speak on it if I may.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna go to Second Esdras in the Apocrypha. I agree with Brother Muhammad, and the scripture says, and he said unto me, from Abraham unto Isaac, when Jacob and Esau were born of him, Jacob's hand held first the heel of Esau, for Esau is the end of the world, and Jacob is the beginning of it that followed. And that's talking about Caucasian rule, the end of their world, the end of their rulership, not the end of the physical world. We don't believe the earth is going to be destroyed and there's going to be a new heaven and people flying up in the sky and things of that sort. That's not the true biblical understanding of the world being ended.
I disagree.
Do we have any response from our Cometic brothers?
I'm gonna say I disagree. I say the world is coming to an end. I ain't gonna say I don't know when. You know what I mean? Science, according to the data, says the same thing. It is saying that the earth is not only dying itself, but the universe itself is dying. So I mean, that's what the data says. You can argue with the scientists if you want. That ain't me. But I'm just saying, yeah, the world is going to come to an end. As we can tell right now, the galaxies are getting drifting further and further apart, and also every star dies. Stars have a lifespan. Our sun is a star. Our sun will eventually die. It will implode, and they believe it will become a red star. I mean, a
white
red
dwarf.
White dwarf.
Yeah, white dwarf. You got it. Yeah. So and then galaxies are also drifting further and further apart, which is going to eventually leave us to be colder or something like that. They're predicting. But anyway, yeah. So yeah, the Earth is going to die. The universe is said to die. It's going to come to an end.
Does anybody have another small response? Or
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we talking 13.5 billion years is how old the cosmos is, right? And so our sun, right, is maybe 2-3 billion years old, maybe a little bit older than that. The Earth is what I think is 4.2 billion years, something like that. So eventually the star, so eventually the star will consume the Earth.
Everything in the universe is believed to be born at the exact same time.
No, you made that up. Let me talk though. I don't want to debate you. I want to debate you because when we talk science, we always need sources.
I agree
with you.
with you.
So I'm saying but that's billions of years from now though. Humans ain't even humans only 350,000 years, man. And it's not that we've been the most successful. Dinosaurs lived for over 65 million years, 100 million years. They were very, very successful. And so our species, there's no telling, based off the way we treat the Earth, based off the way people are denying science, it's something out there called global warming, right? The global warming kind of reversed itself when the pandemic came and we all stayed home and stopped burning those fossil fuels and gas emissions. The levels actually stopped. So the point is, you calling people the devil, everybody gonna have to work together to get this goddamn thing right. Because if we stay on the course, this ain't got nothing to do with the Bible. You know what I'm saying? Like this, if we stay the course, temperatures will change and the Earth will be a lot different. So all the biblical gonna come to you, man. Like that's the part where we have not separated science from religion. So I'm gonna end right there, bro.
Great points.
Let me give a quick little add to it. I do agree with Brother Ankh on the scientific, theory, the predominant theories currently, but from a different perspective, because I am a philosopher, I do want to just say all we have is our perspective. If we're talking about it just from a symbolic standpoint, is this world coming to an end? If I cease to exist, then that's done for me. I have no clue. I have no clue what's beyond that. And so, that's just really where it comes down to for me. And so I don't know about, outside of myself. And I just want to make that clear. I'm not, that's just a puzzle that's not been solved for me. So I do want to add that to the conversation.
Great point. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Brother, may I make a statement?
Sure, please.
Yes, sir. I just want to talk a little bit about this vaccine because the minister is saying don't let them.
We don't want to talk about that.
I believe that's one of the next questions we have coming up. If you wouldn't mind holding that response, because it is in the chain, we are going to talk about that.
Okay.
Oh man.
But I'll let you be the first one to express your point of view when that does come up. If we could ask Mark for the next question, please.
Will God judge you? Will God judge you?
Let me answer. I'm gonna answer real quick.
I believe in God on here.
Of course, please keep these short responses. Go ahead.
I'm gonna make it real short. Humans judge humans. I'm done.
I answer this since I believe in the Most High, and I'll do that. I don't want to disrespect no one else. But according to the scripture, and I'm going to go to Revelations. Well, actually, I'm going to read 2nd Esdras chapter 14. I don't know. Did you give me an opportunity to answer? I'm sorry. I didn't want to break the.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. I mean, we are relating to this same question. Then we'll talk about the COVID, I believe. If I'm looking at the list right, that's the last one after that.
I didn't know if my Kemet brother wanted to speak. I didn't want to break in front of him. I saw his picture come up. So if he was speaking, I ain't mean it. But,
no worries. Go ahead, sir.
Hey, man, is that Bible in Hebrew right there, man?
This brother, I'm gonna tell you why it ain't in Hebrew. I'm gonna tell you why it ain't in Hebrew. There's a scripture that said, "I'm gonna speak to you in a stammering tongue and in a different lip." So if somebody came to me speaking in Hebrew, like you speaking in the same tongue I'm speaking, if you were speaking science to me in Hebrew, I wouldn't understand what you were saying.
That ain't what I meant. I ain't mean that. I ain't mean it like that. I was simply saying that the word of God never was in English, it was in Hebrew. So I get it. So of course you would translate it to us. I just was wondering if you could read Hebrew. That's all.
No, I honestly I can't speak Hebrew because I speak the
You can?
tongue of my captive.
So you ain't took the time. I'm gonna give you a good advice. Take the time, learn some real Hebrew. That'll be better for you. You know what I'm saying? Like that, I think it'll change your perspective on that. Yeah, then you can see it like the prophecy.
Okay.
That's all. That's all, brother.
I take wind of that. Because I think I've came on the same level as you all when it came to the black woman. I said the white man came from the black woman. Rebecca was a black woman. Adam was a black man, man of color. I use that term. So, I use that with scriptures. So
no, you ain't where that's at. Where that's at, the scriptures.
Okay.
The word is Adam. It means red and red.
Second Esdras right quick. I'm sorry. And I'm going to read about judging. Going to Second Esdras chapter 14. And one thing about this book, it teaches us how we should deal with one another. It's got the conception of division because that's how it's being taught. Second Esdras chapter 14 and verse 35. For after death shall the judgment come, when we shall live again, and then shall the names of the righteous be manifest, and the works of the ungodly shall be declared. So according to scriptures, you're a wicked person and you disobey what God commanded. And it's not hard to keep his commandment. It's not hard for me to love my brothers, love my sisters, to eat right, to do what his traditions he want us to do. You're going to be
say it again, brother.
That.
No, say it again, brother. You said if what? The God said you wicked if you don't do what? What did it say?
I read the scripture again. For after death shall the judgment come, when we shall live again, and then shall the names of the righteous be manifest, and the works of the ungodly shall be declared. So if you was disobedient according to these scriptures, you're going to be judged accordingly.
So what God was that though?
Hold on,
I'm just trying to figure out the God it was talking about in the Bible. That's all.
Most High, the creator of the universe, the earth. The trees,
no. What's the name? You mean Elion El? That's Most High. El Elion.
I call it.
That's Strong's number 410, I believe. El Elion. So basically, if you worship Kulu Kulu in Africa prior to the Hebrews, your ass is grass, basically. Like you're done. Like that God you got ain't the real God. That culture, remember, God is a cultural container. It's an invention of human beings. So they was basically saying that your God is a bunch of trash, your culture is trash, and if you don't believe in that God, you're going to hell. You're going to be cursed. You're going to be judged. I'm just saying, that's all. I get it. I got you, bro. It's all good.
I did read the scripture say don't interrupt a man when he's speaking. I did
apologize. Apologize.
And, I apologize. I get did this way from you, and I took up for you. But that's okay. That's cool. This is the God of Abraham. See, that's another misconception. This is the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. This ain't the God of everybody. It's not the God of the Egyptians. It's not the God of the Ammonites or Moabites. It's the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Yeah, that's what the scriptures say. See, we get a misconception. This is the God for everybody. This God was given to us, and who we follow, who created everything that y'all getting your signs from and all that, right? So I'm reading.
No, you can't say that.
Well, hold on,
you can't say that. Don't say that.
One at a time, please.
I would like to answer.
Finish the judging right quick. I was interrupted. Revelation chapter 20 and verse 12. I saw the dead and the small and the great stand before God, and the books were open, and the other book was open, which is the book of life, and the dead were judged out of those things, and which was written in the book according to their works, according to the things that you do. That's why every idle word you speak. That's why the scriptures say live peaceably with all men if possible. The reason we are in the condition we are in today, because we don't listen to what God wants us to do, and you shall be judged.
Okay.
So basically, thank white people for enslaving us, because if they hadn't enslaved us, then we wouldn't have had the right God. I got
That's a punishment. That was a punishment. That's in the scripture, but we don't be taught that. But that's the judge.
I really appreciate what you're saying, because that's why I'm an atheist, because I realize that the whole thing was based off of racism, white supremacy, to actually tell another people who actually predate the Hebrews by 350,000 years that the God they got, like they can't talk to God. Like you can only talk to God if it's Elion or Jesus Christ. If you got a different whole God with a different whole culture, then y'all just wrong. Like I get it. Like I'm not mad at you. It's really racism, white supremacy, superiority, imperialism. Really, that's a really imperialistic Bible. And that's what we're afraid of. That I'm talking about the judgment. I'm saying so we actually getting judged by a God who didn't know us, because the Bible don't even speak of Africa like that. They don't even know about Africa to even speak on it. Like they should be like they don't.
Africa, you got to talk
Let me
about
finish.
a specific place.
Wait, it's in the scriptures. Don't interrupt. Remember?
Oh, my bad. Thank you.
Yeah, you got me like I got you. You right. My fault. I'm sorry. We do it. We having fun. But I'm just simply saying that we got to really listen closely to what you're saying. See, I'm not knocking the fact that you've accepted a cultural container deity called Yahweh. I'm not knocking that. I'm not even saying you're wrong, because you're not wrong. Because all living human beings got the inalienable right to create a culture based around their ideas and concepts, because that's what God is. It's a cultural container of ideas and concepts created by men and women. So when you take the Bible narrative, you're talking about a culture. Matter of fact, I suggest all Black people read the Bible and have a map with you when you read it. It'll tell you what it's talking about. They're not talking about North America. They're not talking about the whole of Africa. They're only talking about Egypt, because they don't know nothing else but Egypt. There's South Africa, there's Central Africa, Kenya. You know what I'm saying? There's West Africa, where most of us come from. They didn't know those people. So I'm not thinking they should. What I'm saying is it was a tool of slavery, because white people actually thought that they had found the God, and they used it. Remember, Pope Julian said this. Watch this, y'all. And it's during the age of discovery. Okay. They drew a line down the map. Okay. And they said, well, and they split it up between Spain, okay, and I think it was Spain and I forget the other European nation. The Christopher Columbus and them got the lands, the Americas area, right? And Portuguese, they got Africa. Okay, they drew that. It's called the demarcation line. Then you get posted, right? Papa's bulls. So Pope Julian VI, right? He said, any land you find that does not have a Christian monarch, you can enslave the inhabitants and bring them to Christ to save their souls. Once I read that, I was like, man, I ain't got no soul. We didn't need to be saved. So they had a limited view of the world, and it was in disrespect to all other peoples on planet Earth. It's disrespectful to say you got the God. Because we could talk about how do Black people become Christians. It wasn't all by war. It wasn't that. No, proselytizing. Right? They was putting you in a position to actually be judged by them and their culture. So when we talk about judging, are you saying what God was we really talking about? Because the only God I know that could judge you would be you yourself. Because you're the only one that knows yourself. You're the only one that you can't lie to. Because everywhere you go, there you are.
A chance to speak. Brian Smith has been waiting for a while.
Man, thank you. And my belief, man, I believe, yes, you will be judged. And I do believe that we do need to be saved. Why do I believe that? Well, I believe we all need to be saved because I believe we all know the difference between right and wrong. I believe that we cannot stop doing wrong. I believe that all of us have lied. All of us have stolen. All of us have cheated. All of us have gone against a perfect being, a perfect God. If there's a perfect being that commits no fault, and we do, that means that we are tainted. We cannot be around a perfect being because we would taint that being. So what I'm saying is we do need to be saved. Something is wrong with us, and we see it. We know it. It's on the news every single day. We can't help it. So what I'm saying is That is what this being is trying to tell us. We need to be saved. We need help in order to be. It's like God is a pure white towel. He's clean. He's pure. We are tainted. We do wrong. We have wrong in us. We always do it. We lie to each other. We steal from each other. We do it constantly. We cannot be in a perfect place with a perfect being and be tainted. That would taint the perfect place. That would make the place no longer perfect. So in order for us to have perfection, he decided to, like a lot of people believe he's a God in the sky, he just looks down from, no, he wrapped himself in flesh according to John 1:1, what brother had just read earlier. He wrapped himself in flesh and came down here himself and handled business. He sacrificed himself like a father would for his children in order to be back with this perfect being. He wanted to reconnect the bridge. And that was Jesus. That was Yeshua. That was the whole point of the Bible. But I'm done. I'm sorry. I don't want to take up too much time.
Sounds great, gentlemen. Now, if we could get back to the host with the question.
Oh, hell no. I'm gone.
I believe it was about the vaccine, if I'm not correct. Excuse me. Go ahead, though.
Okay. Yes. Is COVID-19 real?
Y'all hear me?
Yes.
I had actually said, Brother Muhammad, go ahead, please. And then after that, we can have everybody else chime in. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, COVID-19 is real. It's been around a long time. SARS-1, SARS-2. It's a derivative of that. And we in the Nation of Islam are telling our people to don't take the vaccine. Why? Because we don't trust them. When you look at the Tuskegee experiments, you look at the fact that they have given smallpox blankets to the Native Americans, and you look at the history of the misuse and the wicked use of vaccines. You know, we can't trust it. Now, when you look at, I don't know if you all know that the pharmaceutical companies that produce these vaccines, they cannot be sued in a court of law.
Right.
If you die or injured by a vaccine, maimed, they are not liable. You cannot sue them. Why is that? If they're so sure that this is going to help you and something happens to you adversely, why can't you sue them? Because they are the greatest and the largest lobbyists in Washington, D.C., and they have paid off the senators and congressional leaders. I want to read something to you from dealing with the U.S. policy on depopulation. And this ties right into vaccinations, and Bill Gates and the Gates Foundation is part of the depopulation of the world.
Yes, sir.
Mostly darker people. So it says that, remember the vaccine that they gave us for polio, that was cancer itself. So how in the hell can you trust them with a vaccine after you know what they have done and that they are capable of doing it again on a bigger and broader level? It's government policy to reduce the population of the earth by 2 to 3 billion people. You know that, right? If you don't know, I've been telling you about it. This is the word from the minister. He said they are using methods that Zbigniew Brzezinski mentioned. It's easier, quote, it's easier to kill 1 million people than it is to control 1 million people. Zbigniew was not playing. It is easier to kill 1 million because they are killing millions as we speak. We will not accept their vaccine. There are other biochemists, Caucasian people, that are telling you what's in this vaccine that is detrimental to the people that take it. And there are certain vaccines that they send to certain zip
Areas.
codes.
Yeah,
Certain zip codes that everybody don't get the same vaccine.
exactly.
So I'm gonna stop right there. I don't trust them. I urge all of our people not to take the vaccine because it could mean life or death.
Can we have anybody else who would like to chime in for the next few minutes, and then we can go to the next
Yes,
person after that, please. Keep them
please
short
let
as you
me
can,
chime in.
please.
Please
Yeah,
let me
real
chime
short,
in.
real short and sweet. I will
Can
say
y'all hear
that
me?
I do. Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, brother.
Y'all can hear me, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
All right.
It
All
has
right,
been
let's spice this up because y'all got the host falling asleep and everything, man. Let's get real. So now let's deal with this. We're going back to the other question because I got skipped. So we're about to go back to that real quick before we address this vaccine situation. I'm gonna share my screen when we talk about are you going to be judged? Okay, so let's deal with the origin of where this story comes from because this story comes from ancient Egypt, the judgment scene. Okay, and I'm gonna show you exactly where it comes from and why people want to know this information. So I'm gonna share my screen so y'all can see it. I like to give y'all the actual artifacts. I don't play with y'all. Here we go. So now what you're looking at right now is the judgment scene. We're talking BCE era. This was done. 1275 BCE. I'm gonna break down this for you because many people can't read the Medu Neter, so they don't even know what's going on. So what you're looking at is the soul of a being right here being taken in the afterlife. This is all take place in the afterlife. Nobody tracked what's going on in the afterlife or did more funerary scrolls than ancient Egypt. So you're looking at a being who has died. She's dressed in white and she's being taken to the scales to be judged on the scales of Ma'at. That feather on the head, that's Ma'at. Okay. As you see here, this is Anpu, what people misnomer Anubis. Anubis is the principle of death or the principle of embalming or taking care of the dead. The reason why you see a dog or a jackal head is because the dogs in Africa were known to dig up dead bodies. So they associated this action with a jackal. So here you see the dog or man's best friend taking this being to the scales to be judged, and their heart is being weighed on scales. Now, it's important to understand that this doesn't just happen when you die, but this happens every day. When your soul sets and your soul rises. When the sun goes down, the things that you did during the day, you will pay for it, whether it be in nightmares or whatever have you in the afterlife. When you wake up, you will pay for it. So what happens is you get judged. Up here represents the Neteru, or those who will be seated 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, right? This is where you get where we have our judges seating at the jury. This is where you get that in court, when you have the judges seated at the jury. And if you notice, they have unks on their knees. These unks represent life. Okay, so this particular person is being judged by the scales here, heart being weighed against a feather. Tehuti, it has the law, and he's seeing if this individual did the right thing. The Neteru, or what we look at as the aspects of nature, is judging whether or not this person did the right thing. This is another representation of the person here. So now you see it moves on to the next stage, where this is where the Bible steals the concept, no man comes to the Father but by me. This is the Father right here, this Sar seated on the throne, on the grand high throne here, the Most High, right? So when they're talking about the God who judges, it wasn't Jehovah, it wasn't Yeshua, it wasn't any of these gods they talk about. Before that was ever written, this deity was doing that already, seated on the throne. And you can see behind him, there were two women orchestrating it to bring about balance. As you can see here, there are two women here to show you that there was divine feminine energy here as well. It wasn't just one male running the whole show. And you see the son here, where they say no man comes to the Father but by me, the Son of God. This is Ra, right? I mean, not Ra, Osiris, right? Or what people will call Heru. Now Heru represents the sun, the actual sun. So this is all scientific. When you die, you act, like I told you, you break down into a structure, a singular cellular organism, and you go back to a microcell. You go back to what we call string theory. And then the sun will either, depending upon your polarity, will raise you, or you will continue to sink. That's what they mean by heaven or hell when you get resurrected back into this plane. The things that you do to be judged is the 42 ideals of Ma'at, or what we call the 42 negative confessions of Ma'at. You would have to live by these principles when you're alive. And if you didn't live by these principles, this is what you were being judged on. So when you go back to here, they would ask this individual, have you done these things? And this individual would have to recite these things and say, I have honored virtue. I have benefited with gratitude. I do benefit with gratitude. I am peaceful, things of that nature across your life. And if your heart didn't match up with the words that you say, then it would be a heavy heart and you would be devoured by this creature here. Your heart would be devoured. So this is where they get, your soul being destroyed and you're going to be in torment and stuff like that. We already had invented that. So that whole concept that they got out of Christianity, out of all the Abrahamic religions, in fact, came out of ancient Egypt, but they just don't want to give credit to African people. I don't know what it is. I don't know why it is the way that it is. I don't know why there isn't any African names in the Bible. I don't know why everything that has to deal with Africa is being usurped and taken out of religions across the world. But clearly,
white supremacy.
Evidence. Come on, we have the
White
evidence.
supremacy.
We don't have to just tell you something and say, hey, read my book, because we know that books are written by people. Books don't write people. People write books. You understand what I'm saying? So no matter what book you reading, a person wrote that. A person did that. You see what I'm saying? So we have to go back as far as we can in this game of telephone to figure out who is closest to this being that we call God. Who is the ones who had the divine law? Because if I see that your story mimics mine that we had for hundreds of thousands of years, what makes your story better and mine evil if you're going to copy it verbatim? The 10 Commandments came from the 42 laws of Ma'at. I could show you the 10 Commandments right here in the 42 negative confessions of Ma'at. So if you're going to steal everything from us, at least give us the credit. Don't say that everything that we're dealing with is evil. This young brother came on here and was talking about the sun and the moon and the cosmos, and he just told us well before that he don't even believe in it. But he's talking about the sun and the moon and the stars the most. So it blows my mind here why when it comes to African people, why all of a sudden we try to shift and we only usurp the things that we want to rock with and then we throw away the rest. You see what I'm saying? So because at the end of the day, if you want to deal with it, I'm gonna give y'all the whole truth. Moses, that whole story, his name was taken from Thutmose. That's not an African name. That's a Greek name, Moses. Okay? So if this man was born in Africa, why is his name Moses? Thutmose is an African name. That's where that story comes from. The story of King Solomon, that wasn't no King Solomon, that was Amenemop III. That entire 30 chapters was written by a king, an African king, Amenemop III, verbatim. Look it up. Fact check me on everything that I'm saying so y'all can level up on this situation. And then what I challenge you to do is get your passport, book a flight, go to Africa so you can see it written on the walls for yourself. And then you'll be awakened and you'll realize that we've all just been taking pieces of this pie and saying, I got the God, I got the true living God. And I can show you 1 million people living better than you, have a better spiritual connection with the people than you, that's doing everything, all the right things better than you. So what makes you the better person when there's plenty of people that's in every aspect and every category of what we consider success better than you? What we consider one with the God and nature, they're better than you. There's always somebody better. So what makes you the better one? Because of your belief system? Come on, man. Even ancient Kemites will tell you we didn't start this. It came from out of the Congos and the jungles of the Africans. It came out from the Twa people. It came from them. They started this culture and it started to make its way up. Just think about how human beings move. The Nile River flows from the south to the north. So how is it human beings started in the north? When the rivers flow from the south, you're going to start where the water flows. You didn't start up in Israel. You started down where the water flows. That's how human beings do it to this day. You can't live without water. So how did it start up there? How did you even get down here? So come on, man. This is basic stuff. But if we don't actually just deal with the basics of it and see how we actually still do it today, it won't make sense to you. This is all a program. It's all a fix. And if we think that our piece of the pie is better than anybody else's, we're losing it. The reason why Kemet is special, and I'm gonna leave y'all with this. Kemet is not a religion. It's a nationality. I can show you my actual bloodline flowing to Kemet, to these regions, and many other people living here in the States had that same bloodline. You know why? Because they didn't take the riffraff, they didn't take the garbage and bring them to the Americas. They took the cream of the crop. They took the doctors, the lawyers, the kings, the queens. They took those people. The weak didn't make it. They took the warriors. And in order to be a king in Africa, you had to be a warrior. You understand what I'm saying? So the reason why Kemet is special is because Kemet was the epicenter of all African culture. It was the melting pot. So all the cultures were in Kemet. In order for you to even survive, you had to deal with Kemet. Because if you were in Europe, you couldn't make a trade route from Europe to Asia without dealing with Kemet. This is why we built the Suez Canal, so that people can travel from Europe over into Asia. Because otherwise you have to travel all the way around Africa and deal with the bandits. Kemet was the place to be. You understand what I'm saying? That's because we took all the cultures and we embraced those cultures and we understood they all had a place. And y'all just got pieces of the puzzle after people conquered and they moved the information from one country to another. That's what happened.
Before you brothers go any further, I do like to say I'm gonna have to concede my time and go ahead and see if Tehuti will be able to take over for me. I have a prearranged engagement that I have to get taken care of. I do appreciate and thank you all for having me. And I would just like to leave a few points. I would just like to say the 4 agreements. Please be impeccable with your word, especially when it comes to yourself. Always do your best. Never assume. Don't take anything personal. And the 5th one, be skeptical, but always listen. I enjoy my time with you, gentlemen. I do have to go. Thank you, Tehuti, for having me. Thank you to the host for having me. Thank you to the panel for allowing me to be part of this discussion. I'm sorry I have to dip out, but I do appreciate you all. Thank you.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother.
That's my favorite.
My
That's
pleasure.
one of my favorite books right there, The 4 Agreements. I suggest everybody read that.
I'm Miguel Ruiz. Much respect and love, gentlemen. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Shalom.
All right.
So now I saw somebody in the comments, they said I'm not African, right? I'm gonna let you live on that. And the reason why you say that, I understand why you say that, and I'm gonna show you why you say that. I'm gonna bring up the actual ancient map to show you why people claim that they are not African and things of that nature, so that y'all can understand where that actual concept comes from. The name of the map is called a Gerardo Mercado map. That's Gerardo Mercado. Mercado. I want y'all to look it up on your own time. I'm giving y'all the knowledge so y'all can actually do it. I don't like to just tell y'all stuff or just read scriptures. I want y'all to actually get the evidence so y'all can see for yourself. So the name of that map is called the Mercado map. That map shows you the true shape of the earth. It shows you the true nature of these continents and their relationship with one another. And what it shows you is that in Antarctica, there is a hollow area in Antarctica where they say human beings may have come from. And they have migrated out of there, and Africa was just one of the first places that we landed. It wasn't actually home, but it was the first place that we landed. And there were some who branched off to the Americas, and they're a lot closer than you think. Africa and the Americas, they're in a circular pattern. I'm just going to show you real quick. I'll bring it up just so y'all can see, for the sake of people at home, y'all can see what I mean. Because this is stuff that
Really, Jamal.
Because you ain't ready for this. Not ready for this. This is next level stuff. This is the new age that I'm supposed to be doing. My work. You ready? All right, so here we go.
Yeah,
Look,
you funny.
this is the Gerardo Mercado
I'm gonna let you live today.
Okay, he's the top cartographer of the world. And if you look here, this is the Americas right here. This circular region right here is Antarctica. Inside the middle here, you can see the Tigris-Euphrates River right here flowing.
So that's a flat earth?
Come on, just look at this. Watch this.
No, come on, Jamal.
This is Africa. This is Africa. This was done in real time during the time frame that I'm talking about. This was not no.
What time period are you talking about?
Back 1595 is when this map was made. Okay.
So the hell with the satellites we got right now, huh?
Hold on.
Don't worry about them.
Yeah, hell with that. So here we go.
Go ahead, man. I'll let you go.
Stay with me because we don't believe everything that NASA gives us. You already know how good I am.
Yeah, I don't want to start the argument
talk right now because we ain't got a lot of time. But look here. This is America. This is Asia. This is Africa. This is Europe. All of European islands right here. And here you have these 4 islands right here. These 4 islands, as you can see here, you can see even the Tigris-Euphrates. You see how it pans out right here, the lotus. You can see all of that too as well. Okay. So it was said that human beings had come out of here and then migrated to where they had to go. Now you can see there's mountain areas here. So they didn't get to the Americas until way later because they had to cross these mountains to get to America. So America was one of the last places. The place that was open, however, was here flowing through the river wise. Boom, you landed right here, Africa, and in these regions here. This is why people say Asians were some of the first areas because yes, we had access to that as well. So boom, if you look at this now, and I'll prove it to you how the other regions actually took part of this. Look at the shape of this map and look at the rivers, how they flow. If you look at this, you'll see that it actually forms a swastika. You see that? The rivers, the way that they flow. This is why the ancients were known to use the swastika all around the world, is because they knew that this was home. This was the origin of where they considered to be God. Here you have the swastika actually in Israel, as you can see right here. What is the swastika doing in Israel? Right here at Shevel Zion, Israel. Why? Because this was a symbol of where we supposedly came from. This is the work that people ain't ready for that I'm trying to give y'all right here. when we talk about, this is some of the stuff I want to show y'all too about the Southern Crooks. When we talk about the cross, this is where the cross comes from. It's about the constellations. You know, there's a lot of things that we could tap into, but neither here nor there. You're going to have to deal with Israel. You're going to have to deal with Africa if you want to tap into the real divine knowledge of where human beings come from, where we going, and what we're doing today. You understand what I'm saying? You can't skip over Africa in this. You're gonna need everything that we had to offer because we are the mothers of and the fathers of all civilization. I rest my case.
We want to make sure where we are in the program. Did we reach the final question? Are we ready to start the build to see exactly what we go from here and where we are as a people?
We was on nah. Go ahead, because we sure enough had that nonsense about the vaccine.
I just wanted to ask one more question, and that is, they've been saying that the vaccination can be forced on people. Does anyone know if that is true?
Well, one of the things that
you already talked. Wait, you already gave us the dangerous misinformation. That's not fair for you to continue to control the conversation. Listen, sir, we're in the middle of a pandemic right now, and I absolutely refuse you to be misinforming us right now. You got people's grandparents have died. My kid's uncle died. Friends and family have died. And anybody sitting on this panel, don't go to Louis Farrakhan for medical advice.
Okay,
don't go to your preacher for medical advice.
Let me interject right here. Excuse me.
To tell you, brother, what's going on. Now, if you want to take the vaccine, you go ahead and do that, okay? But you won't be able to say you wasn't warned, okay?
Listen,
so you go ahead and do what you want to do.
I'm gonna take the position of Brother Kim that left here. Listen, everybody has a right to give us their own point of view. That's what we're here to do. We're here to hear what is on their mind. And whatever is on your mind, we want to hear that too. But I don't think that we need to point the finger at anyone and say that they're right or wrong. That's not what this is about.
Well, sis, then there's probably time for me to go, because there has been 8,000 people dying a day from the coronavirus, and nobody on this daggone panel is a virologist. So we only can go to the experts. Louis Farrakhan is not a virologist. He has no right telling black people what to take. He's not okay, so he need to stop giving us medical advice in the face of death. The Nation of Islam has no cure for the coronavirus, bro. So listen, no, we got your website, bro. Listen, we have your website. I'm gonna let you talk. I'm gonna let you talk.
Take it or leave it. Yeah. Okay, so on May the 5th, 2009, Gates met with billionaires Warren Buffett, Ted Turner, George Soros, and David Rockefeller Jr. to discuss the most dangerous threats to the planet. They agreed that overpopulation was a priority and gave billions to the Gates Foundation population control efforts. Okay,
thanks for the lie. This is the second time you have repeated that from the Nation of Islam website, bro. Can we get that source?
Yeah.
Where you get that from?
Yeah, from the article from the Nation of Islam website. Correct.
Thought so. Yeah, keep going.
Yeah. Okay. In 1993, the World Health Organization, backed by Bill Gates, produced the tetanus vaccine that was later found to sterilize women in Kenya. What you say about that, brother?
Lies.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Right. So let me make my point. Let me get you on your first lie. And sis, I'm not trying to be funny, but I got to tell the truth. So let's talk about what's in the mRNA vaccine.
Yeah.
First of all, you got genetic material. Okay. That's why it's called an mRNA vaccine. The vaccine contains copies of a highly purified single-strand messenger, RNA. This mRNA holds genetic code for a specific part of the novel coronavirus. We got that. Now watch this. We got lipids, right? Lipids is nothing but oil and bubbles. So inside these oil bubbles, right, contains the mRNA, the messenger. Now watch this. Saline solution. Salt water works better than plain water for injection. What else they got in here? They got phosphates solution. That's the PBS. Sugar and water. That's it. No preservatives, none of that. This is the safest vaccine that we have. This third generation vaccine is the safest vaccine that they've put together so far. So let's get this straight. No preservatives, salt, sugar, and water. And we don't here acting like we got some dangerous materials in that. Nah, we're not. It's 2021. We've seen our immune system kill us at about 8,000 people a day. Natural immunity, we talked about. None of us are going to be able to go back to work with what this guy is talking about. The only thing that's going to stop the pandemic is the vaccine. So Black people need to get their butts in gear and understand what's really going on. Fear mongering. Let me finish, man. Let me finish. Man, so you ain't gonna let me finish, man. You're not gonna let me finish. You go ahead and talk, man. Man, go ahead and talk.
COVID-19 now.
So then why are we taking a vaccine? Why would we take a vaccine that does not stop?
Because you're being herded like cattle to take it. That's why.
So, okay,
that's all you hear about on the news.
Okay,
that's
so that's what I want to say.
Population depopulation reasons. That's why. That's why.
Appreciate that. I'm glad you older than everybody here. So you done lived your happy little life. Appreciate you, bro. You good, right? You get medical advice from a leader that nobody can oppose. So you're real sharp in that area. Appreciate you, sir. Intelligent people, we're looking at the scientific community where there's a Black lady. At least she's Black. She actually led the study since everybody want to play the Black card in Moderna. She's the lead scientist. And if the lead scientist, the lead virologist say it's safe for Black people, I'm gonna go with her over Lewis any day of the week. It just makes sense. He does not have an electron microscope. He just doesn't know. That's not his area of study. So no intelligent Black people are just listening to YouTubers or Facebookers, people sitting in their damn house trying to overturn science with some crazy ass information. 2, depopulation. Well, all they got to do is just stop giving people vaccines. That's an easy kill off.
Or
vaccines have been man, let me finish, man.
A vaccine that's tainted.
So I like to get this straight. It was 2 things, mate. That they're sending different vaccines to different area codes. Well, hell, I like to see that source. That's a bunch of debauchery. Next point is vaccines have been proven safe for 250 years, bro.
By who?
It's an African invention. Y'all can look it up. Look up Onesimus.
Vaccine, brother.
Man, look up the slave. Hold on. Let me make this point. I'm gonna shut up. All right. In Boston, in the 1700s, matter of fact, not just Boston, slave colonies in America were practicing inoculation. This is high medical science from West Africa. I bet $1 million, 500,000. To anybody that think that's not true. It take you 2 minutes to look that up. In the 1700s in Boston, a smallpox outbreak came about. White people were scurrying around scared to death, but the slaves was chilling. And they was wondering, well, how come y'all not in fear? They say, well, we took care of that in Africa already. We did this. We took a small piece of the pathogen, cut a slit in our arm, and put it in there. We were sick for a couple days, and now we got resistant to smallpox. They take this to the Royal Society in England. They was like, man, does it work? They start looking up information on it. They found out that the Chinese had a simple, a certain type of procedure where they crush up the smallpox scabs and blow up your nose. Ancient India may have had some type of process, but they say that's interesting. So these white people figured it out. 75 years later, they come up with the first vaccine to smallpox. But this is based off our ancestors. So see, once again, it's the gift that keeps giving. So when Louis Farrakhan or anybody tell them don't take that vaccine, they're really saying you're stupid and you really don't understand science and just listen to me. So I'm saying is we read the data every day. We got YouTube channels, the Science of Sean, the pseudo killers, the real Black atheists, and we inform Black people. We've had doctors and biologists on, Black people, white people. I am telling you that how the hell can you be more afraid of the vaccine than the damn virus that's killing 8,000 people a day? It makes no sense. Who is spreading this information? Who is doing this to us?
Brother, let me say this, brother. Let me say this. That there are doctors. There is a Dr. Judy Mikovits, a biochemist, that
man, you lying. So
has
you lying. That's it, man. Do you know who that person is?
He's speaking. Let him have the floor. Let him have the floor.
Why are you so damn disrespectful, brother?
No, you're disrespectful.
I'm telling you, Dr. Judy Mikovits, who is a biochemist, has spoken against this vaccine. Now you prove that to be a lie. I mean, you call me a lie.
It take me 2 minutes. You're lying, and I'm saying it, and I'm not being disrespectful. I am telling you that that lady was just mad because she lost her job. At no time does she deny vaccines. It's on the Nation of Islam website. We're not listening to that. The Nation of Islam does not have scientists, bro. Wesley Muhammad is not a scientist. Simple as that. Let's stop playing. Be honest with us, bro.
I didn't
brother,
say
what I'm asking you is you did.
I'd like to.
You said Wesley is a scientist.
Let me get a word in
he
real
is a
quick.
researcher. And he has
no, he's not. He's not
degree.
ever out. He does not have an electron microscope. He even know what a virus looks like.
I never said that. Now you lying. Now you lying, brother.
I didn't say it. I'm saying I'm gonna listen to Lewis when it comes to motivate me, and that's when I'm gonna listen to him. When I'm trying to get motivated, I'm gonna listen to Lewis. When it comes to biology and science and all that conspiracy nonsense in the middle of a pandemic, nah, bro.
Can you please stay on mute so Mr. Miller can interject, please?
I just have a question, and if I'm saying it right, Unc, I appreciate all the science that you bring to the table. I think what the issue is that I'm seeing is not about the science per se. It's about the mistrust from limited information. You spoke on that from the Bible, how it, speaks to a certain, container. I think that their perspective is from a certain, contained situation as well, with just information on mistrust. Is there something that you can address just speaking to that mistrust? Isn't that justified to an extent? Because there has been misuses of, some of this stuff. I'm not saying the vaccine's not good. I'm just asking you to speak to that to kind of bridge this so viewers or myself can, hear that objection.
You know what? Let me calm down. I just have, I got you personally because I know people that actually died. If they would have had the vaccine, they wouldn't have died. Vaccines got 225 years of proven safety record. Okay, so we've all on this platform have been vaccinated and ain't none of us dead. We know hundreds of people that died from gun violence in our community. We know each of us had family members who've been strung out on drugs and went to prison. We know family members has been shot by other Black people, and we know all this. But we don't know nobody died from a vaccine. So let me answer your question. The whole fear factor comes about when the Nation of Islam, which is the largest Black anti-vax community in North America, brings the misinformation to the table, bro. Before that point, we wasn't thinking about vaccines. You took your damn vaccines and took your ass to school, man. When the baby was born, they got them. We wasn't stunned. The Stegie, man, we know what that was. They didn't give us the daggone disease, first of all. They just didn't treat it, which is diabolical. We wasn't talking about that. It only started to come up now. Watch this. Black people will go to the corner. Let me just finish, bro. I'm gonna speak to it. Can I finish?
You've taken up some of the time here. We've got a lot of people on the panel. And you guys have gone back and forth in reference to this. I just want to bring on, just to be fair, because it is getting late. I do know, Minister Muhammad, you've actually directed questions and comments directly towards him. So I would like him to definitely respond, and then we're going to go to the rest, just to be fair, because you've had some time on the board. So what I'm going to do, if you can,
but you cut me in the middle of the question, and then it don't make no sense, man. Like he asked us, what is that a justifiable question that we have fear? Let me just close that out, and I could just leave, because I don't need this. What I don't need is a bunch of misinformation. You got an older lady on the panel. She's older than us. she should get the vaccine. That's what I'm saying. Like, we need to stop that. The nation, nobody has nothing. Please explain to me, what in the hell do we got besides that? So nobody poisons their Army, Air Force, and Marines, and nobody poisons all the essential workers. Who does that in a valuable civilization? It's a bunch of malarkey. So no, it arises because fear. Somebody has made us more afraid of the thing that will protect us instead of being afraid of the vaccine. Black people will go to the store, buy a pack of Newports that say will cause cancer, buy some blunts that says will cause cancer, buy some liquor from the it says FDA approved, smoke it, you buy the weed and heroin from a person you do not know, you go home, you ingest that stuff, you get the munchies, you open up your refrigerator with FDA approved by the government food, you go to the markets, you do all that, then the last thing you say is, don't take the vaccine. It's a bunch of malarkey, bro. So I'm done.
We hear you, thank you. And I'm gonna unmute Mr. Muhammad. Minister Muhammad, please unmute yourself so you can respond. And then we're gonna look at the other views here.
Okay, yeah. So, yeah, I apologize for raising my voice and getting excited, you know, but I'm very passionate about this, you know, and, you know, the brother is absolutely wrong when he says that the minister is trying to be, or he's saying that the minister is not a doctor or a scientist. He never said he was. He's taking advice from scientists and looking at the historical record of how we have been dealt with as Black people. When you look at the whole picture of depopulation and all of these things, the vaccine doesn't guarantee you won't get the virus. It does not, you know. So you know, people that want to take the vaccine, go ahead and take it. But there's evidence that things that have the misuse and abuse of vaccines is a historical fact. I'll just say that.
Well, can you just stick to the historical fact then? Show me where a valuable civilization vaccinates its whole damn army, then vaccinates all the essential personnel, you know what I'm saying, just to kill them. And then, by the way, Black people don't even got the vaccine in their damn community yet. You can't get it. It's liquid gold. Rich people are spending money to jump in line. That's what's really going on while we sit back and get picked apart. So let me ask you this valuable question, sir. If not the vaccine that you claim don't work, it's 94% effective against coronavirus. And if you do happen to get it when you got the daggone vaccine, it would afford you some protection not to get the full-blown disease. So if the Nation of Islam are not taking vaccines for their 50,000 followers, then what do you have that will do the same thing that a vaccine does for our community in the middle of a real pandemic? I'm listening, bro.
I wouldn't say do the same thing as a vaccine, because I don't believe the vaccine, they don't even guarantee themselves that the vaccine will prevent you from getting the virus. So what we have discovered is low dosage alpha interferon that has been an effective therapy, not a cure, but an effective therapy. Also, there are other holistic things such as vitamin D3, things that build up your immune system. And of course, protecting yourself, going back to what the scientists say, washing your hands, covering yourself, and being as clean as possible and watching what you touch. So these are some of the things that are in place.
So I just want to get it straight. Some vitamin D, I agree with taking your vitamins. Washing your hands, I agree with washing your hands. Interferon, is that the same thing that y'all was giving Black people during the AIDS epidemic? Do you remember that? Like y'all got $250,000, hold on, from the government, and they set up clinics during the middle of an AIDS epidemic and gave some people some bullshit pills. Is that what we really talking about, the interferon? See, don't play the game with me, bro. Like, I'm not playing with the lies about people. Having a conversation about religion is one thing. It's dope, it's cool. But now we talking about our life.
Yeah. Yes. So
Let's change the conversation, yo. Because you giving niggas vitamins now. You giving us vitamins. Let's just change the conversation. You giving us vitamins.
I take a low dosage alpha interferon. You squirt it up your nose 2 times a day, and it helps to fight off infection and that kind of thing. So yeah, I haven't been sick with the.
I know, man. Let's just end this conversation, bro, because I'm kind of mad that we trust the Nation of Islam.
That's on you, brother.
It's been 90 years y'all been in our community.
That's on you, man. That's on you.
I've had enough of the vaccination. We're not going to resolve that right now. That's obviously clear. And everyone here on the panel understands that there's.
Hey, Tehuti, it's been resolved. Tehuti, it's been resolved. The world is taking the vaccine. What do you mean? There's no debate. Make sure your mother gets the vaccine, bro. There's no debate over it.
Okay. So what we're going to do here is we're going to end off on that topic because that's a heated subject. That's a very passionate topic. And to be honest, I've been on the phone with both parties already in reference to the vaccine. And that's going to be a heated conversation, and time will tell. And we understand there's been a history with vaccination, okay? We're going to leave it there. We're going to agree to disagree on that particular point.
Nah, wait, you know what? I'm gone. We ain't agreeing or disagreeing when the whole world agrees, the whole scientific, it's just the ignorant people amongst us that don't agree and actually think that a daggone vitamin D is going to change the way. Man, listen, man, I see y'all later. I love my brothers and sisters, man. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate the Queen Mother. Queen Mother, if you need me to direct you to some scientific literature on the subject, I will absolutely do that. I wish my mother was still living. She is not. So the best advice, your son is a smart guy. We had the conversation. He ain't fighting no vaccine. He's just being nice right now. So we good. You're in good hands with your son. So I'm leaving right now because the conversation has shifted to some diabolical cult type of stuff, and I can't do it. See y'all later. I love my brothers and sisters, and I'm out.
Ashe.
Peace.
See ya.
Can I tap in this before we close out? Just bring some balance to this. I think both of the brothers were saying key points, and it's a little bit of both that's actually necessary. To say that vaccines don't work, that would be a lie, and to say that white America and white corporate America, big pharma, didn't have their hands on vaccines killing black people, that would be a lie. So it's a balance of both of them. There's not enough talk about just a holistic lifestyle in general versus trying to fight a disease after you get it. How about preventing yourself from getting it altogether, by living a righteous lifestyle? We talk a lot about solutions to problems, but we don't talk about not creating the problem at all. When I look at sickness, I look at it from another viewpoint in general anyway. Sickness is something that's going to happen to human beings. It's something that actually is kind of supposed to happen to human beings. Nobody lives forever. You're going to get sick eventually. You know what I'm saying? Everybody dies. That's what it is. I'm not afraid of death. So if sickness was to come my way, and if it was deadly and terminally ill, I would not be afraid of it. It is what it is. I think that human beings actually evolved that way. That's what we are designed to do. What if when you get cancer, it's the way of the body actually evolving itself? What if when you get sick, it's the way of the body actually shifting? People don't look at it that way because they're so afraid of death that they look at it like it's always a negative. But you see, I believe in the resurrection of the human being, of the soul and the spirit. So it don't faze me like that. So now I can study it a little bit more intensely when it actually comes my way. I know that the vaccines that I've taken in the past and my parents have given me gave me allergic reactions that I would not have normally had I not taken those vaccines. So I have the effects of that. I know what that is. I have family members who were given vaccines and ended up with multiple sclerosis and things of that nature right afterwards, and autism. My godson got autism because he took a vaccine. Yep. So I know how when malpractices are being introduced, how things can go awry. But I also know that the body, when it does contract these diseases, especially in early stages, it's able to fight it off later on. So these are both factual things. So we need to have a balance of the two. This is why it's important that we utilize the principles that we learn, such as Ma'at, where truth, justice, reciprocity, balance, and order, law. All these things come into play. It's all different variables. It ain't no right or wrong. All of these things have to come into play, and and for each individual person, it might be different. If you know when you're in a bad district where you got bad doctors and you ain't got a lot of funding, you might end up with some bad vaccines. So you just know that, you know, it's if you live in an area where you got high good medicine going on, you got the money to pay for it, you're gonna get better treatment. So you know, everybody's situation might be different. I'm not going to tell you not to take it when I know that you might need it, especially where you at, and I'm not going to tell you that that you should take it, knowing the situation at hand, you know, in the climate that we're living in, and the onslaught on Black people. So you know, for each one take to each one is his own, you know what I'm saying, and each one teach one at the same time. All those variables come into play. That's my eye.
Okay, Mr. Miller, you've been waiting for a while.
Yeah, I would say it's great information on there. Something he touched on, and it's you know, he talking about how he don't fear, you know, death in that way, based on his, you know, what he believes about resurrection from his perspective, and it's very deep on that regard. I do have a question, so I don't, you know, off the vaccine, but it's to the only Christian left, I believe, that's on the panel, Mr. Colbert. I've always wondered if you all believe that in this afterlife, and if you're right, you've accepted, you know, and done all the things that are laid out, you're going to be with your God. Why is it such a fear to face that death? Because to me, if it was a true belief, it would not be a fear in my mind, you know, if I had that. Now, you may not have that fear, but plenty of people that hold your, you know, similar faith do have that fear. So I'm just curious from your perspective.
You talking to me?
Yes, sir. You're the only Christian.
Oh, okay. Well, the scripture tells us not to fear the sentence of death, because it's a sentence given to all flesh. So we don't fear death. And like the brother said, even though we have different perspectives when it comes to things, but it's how you live righteously, how you eating, prevent yourself from getting in those predicaments. And that's what the scriptures teach us. We just look at the scriptures differently, but if we really look at them, it teaches you to eat differently. It teaches you how to be clean. It teaches you how to stay away from certain situations. Also in Deuteronomy, it's stated, Deuteronomy 28:61 said, also every sickness and every plague, which is not written in the book of the law, then will the Lord bring upon thee until thou be destroyed. Meaning there's going to be plagues. There's going to be diseases. So your faith in the Most High, and you following what you're supposed to do, and that's not just saying, oh, I believe in God and I'm floating in air and this, that. There's rules and regulations you got to follow. And like I said, diet, cleanliness, following God's scriptures, you won't get those places. You won't have that fear. So if we die, and I know I've been doing what I was taught according to what Most High wanted me to follow, I'm not going to worry about that. I'm not going to worry about death, because we all going to die. Just like, I'm just back up a little bit when they was talking about science and if the world going to be destroyed. What's the purpose of you believing in anything if you feel the sun is fit to go out and you're going to be cold and die, and you don't believe there's nothing else left for you in no afterlife or nothing like that? You're just going to shrivel up and die then. What's the purpose of life? We're going to live again. There's going to be a resurrection. And those who are not keeping these commandments, meaning when we say the commandments, meaning the ways God chose us to live, the righteous way, living in peace. We're not here to fight with other nations. We're not here to do all those things. We actually are supposed to be the example for all nations upon this earth on how to deal with one another. But everything is in turmoil. Everything is in confusion, and nobody wants to listen. Everybody got the solution, but our solution don't seem to be working.
I appreciate that, brother. I appreciate your answer.
Cool. The Bible definitely does describe how we deal with this situation.
One moment. Mr. Tim, let him have the floor really quick. He's been waiting for a moment with his hand up.
Well, first of all, I like to say, man, there's been some good information going on here. But, you know, I approach this whole thing with just like my brother was saying. I I believe in science, but I also believe in cause and effect. And I believe that everything has a cause and effect. And, you know, I've had some family members that have died from COVID, and it's tough. And I think that we have to look at science, and we also have to look at natural law. And we also have to understand that we must listen to them, but at the same time, we must also remember history. And just like our brother was saying, you know, history has shown that our government has sought out us and lied to us and tricked us and put us in bad situations. And so we can't ignore that, you know? So to tell people they shouldn't do it, I don't think we should be doing that. But we should actually give out information. And I thank the Nation of Islam for doing that and putting that information out there, you know, and you don't have to take it. And and then also as far as death is concerned, man, I feel like life is a gift, and it's a gift from the Most High to live to the fullest and bring out your gifts and your abilities to serve mankind. And we must be loved. We must love one another and live in peace. As far as religion is concerned, I just look at it as it divides us. But at the same time, I love the healthy conversations. I love the perspectives that come from different people, because I get encouraged and I learn something else, and I learn to look at it from another angle. You know, because at the end of the day, we trying to figure this out. And when we finally get to, people say, judgment seat or wherever, we'll find out if we were right or wrong, or if it even mattered. That's the way I look at it. I look at it as we're setting ourselves up on the way we live on this earth and how we treat one another. I think that's the truth, and that's going to be our end. Is how did you treat your fellow man? Right. How did you go about your life and living it to the best of your ability in peace? All of us are a gift to this earth. We're a gift to one another. How are we treating each other? How are we giving out our gift? That's the way we need to look at it. And once again, I thank you, brothers, for this time, man. It's been amazing. And I want to do the next one. I promise I won't be late.
Can I roll off the brother right quick? I'm sorry, Brother Muhammad. Could I just roll off on how he said about how we treat one another? Romans chapter 13 and 8 says, I owe no man anything but to love one another, for he that loveth another hath fulfilled the law. These laws teach us how to love one another, not to commit adultery to one another, not to kill one another. We can help feed one another. We can bring ourselves out of this condition if we just follow the Most High ways.
Yep.
It's simple. This right here has been taught wrong. That's why it's easily cast behind us. I look at it, I see Bible on here, but when I look at it, I read the book of the law. Book of laws and rules and how to treat one another, even how to treat the heathen or the other nations that we call them. I don't go around saying, oh, I hate the white man, this, that, and third. And we use the word devil. The devil is a deceiver. They're black devils. They're Chinese devils, but they're the biggest deceiver. That's why you have this big contradiction with the vaccine. We don't take the vaccine. We don't, hey, y'all take it. If all y'all take it, that means I'm safe then. That be the case. I'm not going to look at the Tuskegee experiment. They used the black people to inject that into those men. So when you bring up a so-called black woman got this study and she did this,
the black woman led to
the black people one who killed Malcolm X. They sent our own people to destroy us. So we can't, like the brother said earlier, my Kemet brother. You got to weigh both of those options when you make that decision on yourself. That whatever you do is on you. Us on this side of this household, we're gonna follow what the book of the law say, and that gonna help us love your brothers, respect your sisters, everything in order, and eat right. Eat right. That means
take your vitamin D.
Hey, you get the vitamin D walking out there.
The Bible says in the book of Genesis, that is the herbs that was put here for the healing of the land. And I don't know why that conversation is not coming up. You know, if we're going to deal with that and we're going to ask what the Most High actually said in the book, that's what he said to do when it was time to heal. It said the fruit shall be your meat. And The herbs shall be for the healing of the land in the book of Genesis. Till this day, when you get medicine, when you get medication, those are herbs that they broke down and they concentrated to make that medication. So it goes back to us tapping back into nature, back into what self-metabolizes with the body. If we want to find the answer to our problems, it's always going to be that nature is going to teach you exactly what you need to do. But no matter what sickness that we have, there's an herb out here that can fix it. All we have to do is gain knowledge of self so that we can figure it out for ourselves, which one it is.
Now, I've gone to the mosque that Minister Muhammad is minister of, and I've heard that the kitchen is, how does it go, Minister Muhammad?
The kitchen is your medicine cabinet.
I'll share. And I know you had your hand up, so if you can go ahead and
yeah, I just wanted to talk a little bit about a response to the question that Sister gave about the judgment. The judgment, you know, in the Nation of Islam, which is a new aspect of Islam, we use both the Bible and the Holy Quran. Okay. Now, in the Holy Quran, it talks about, you know, you being judged by that which you believe in. The Christian will be judged by their book. The Muslim will be judged by their book. The Jew will be judged by his book. And I would add, if you are dealing with Kemet, you will be judged by the Mayat, or as my brother just so eloquently spoke. That is justice. We believe in freedom, justice, and equality. As far as the judgment, or I should say death, we look at death in a way that as far as heaven and hell, we're taught by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad that heaven and hell are two conditions of life, and you experience them while you are alive. Yes. When you physically decompose and you lose this vehicle called the human body that allows us to travel through space and time, then the essence of you, the energy of life itself returns to its source. And the body decomposes and gives charity back to the earth. But the way that it has been set up now, you can't even really give your body back to charity because, first of all, you're embalmed with a chemical. You are encased in a casket. You are put in a cement container in the earth. So you really can't decompose in the natural way that you should be able to decompose and give back to the earth. We come from the earth. The flesh is from the vegetation. The blood is from the water, and the bone is from the minerals of the earth, you know, which we all get from the food that we eat and the water that we drink. So I think that the balance or the judgment is being able to follow the dictates of that which you say you believe in. I also believe in the law of exchange, the law of compensation. You know, the scripture says, as a man soweth, so shall he also reap. So we are taught one of our lessons, I'll just leave with this. One of our lessons asks the question, have you learned that your word shall be bond? The answer is yes. I have learned that my word shall be bond, and bond is life, and I shall give my life before my word shall fail. That corresponds to some of the Mayat that brother was talking about, you know. But if we practice that, we could solve a whole lot of our problems in our families and in our communities. So I'll stop right there.
I have a really quick question, a real brief question for you, Minister Muhammad. So going to the studies, one of your studies, at the end of the session, a few times we had a prayer. And I asked the minister there what the name of that prayer was. And he said the prayer was called Ma'at. And I asked him to spell it, and he said it was spelled M-A-X-E. Is this the same ma'at, or what is that?
The prayer that we say at the end of our meetings?
Yes, it was an evening prayer at the end of the study.
Yeah, no, that prayer is called Al-Fatiha. Al-Fatiha, which we close our meetings with that. That's the prayer that says, in the name of Allah, the beneficent, the merciful, I bear witness there's no God but Allah. You know, that's that prayer.
Okay, is there a prayer that the nation does called ma'at?
No, sir, not that I know of.
Okay.
I've never heard of that, sir.
Thank you for clarifying that.
But that's not to say that the principles of ma'at don't coincide with some of the principles that we believe in, you know, because I believe that it is a universal language that we must be able to speak. And the fabric of faith must be interwoven with those things that we can agree upon. And if we can do that, then we can tackle the problems that we have in our community. Because when we get stopped by the police, they ain't asking you what your religion is.
Come on now, come on.
They ain't asking you none of that. They telling you, you know, depending on where you are, to lay down, get out on the curb, spread them, you know. So we have bigger fish to fry, you might say. We have bigger problems in our community. And I'm really not into the religious gangbanging. I'm not into that. I apologize for the way that I conducted myself, but
okay, brother.
You know, brother brought some things out of me, man, that, you know, he was saying some things that were not true. And I don't mind somebody disagreeing with me, but the disrespect, you know, I'm not with it.
It happens, man. It happens. I went through that myself.
Yeah. Oh, it happened. Yeah, definitely it happens.
It happens. If we don't learn to get on one playing field, this is never going to end. We all got all these different beliefs, and this social media, this science is making it even worse. You know, it can be a good tool, of course, to reach past people, but it's a lot of confusion that comes in this web that a lot of our people get sucked in. Our young people, they worry about showing their butts. They worry about getting tattoos. They worry about being famous. Man,
yeah. Social
you can't
media,
tell me don't take God. You try everything except God.
Yeah, the social media can be like a modern Tower of Babel.
It is. It's a bunch of babble, a bunch of confusion. That's why it's called the whale. We're all stuck in it.
We're over 4 hours now here on this conference, and what that tells me is that there's a lot to say. And I'm sure that we didn't cover we just covered the tip of the iceberg. This is one of the only conferences where I've seen this many different faiths come together to discuss and to show appreciation for each other. So it's a beautiful thing. It is a very beautiful thing. So I want to make sure that we're leaving on an accord where we have an understanding that we're all for the best for our people.
Exactly.
Can I say something right quick? Just I appreciate the invite. I appreciate being on here, but just my opinion on the next question. If we're out to find solutions to better our community, to better our people, I don't think the questions should be Bible based, you know, because you don't have everybody is not. It can turn into a debate, which it did turn into in some part of this situation. Because when you questioning who is Jesus, like I say, it's other brothers on here who believe in the Bible, but we don't teach that because that's not what the Bible says. That's what Christianity says. So these questions that was asked, it led us away from getting to why we're in this condition and how we can get out of conditions. Of course, we can use the scriptures. I believe God created science. The Most High created science. So you're going to use science. You know, he's created all that. But if we use these type of questions to get to a certain resolve, this is not going to be the way.
Shay, and I definitely agree. So the conference was set up in certain sections, and this was our very first conference, so there's definitely things that we can do to improve. What I would like to say is in our teachings, under the Cometic teachings, we have stories which involve conflict and conflict resolution. And that's what the Cometic history teaches us. We do have differences. We don't need to ignore our differences. But at the end of the day, we're family. We're brothers, we're sisters, and we're in the same struggle, right? So that's gonna beat all. Our struggle as a people is gonna beat all at the end of the day. Even the atheist that was on, Brother Unk, that was on the line, would be in agreement. Everyone here would be in agreement that our struggle beats all when it comes to what's happening to us on a day-to-day life. But I do believe that we may not be on the same accord. I don't believe that we should ignore certain facts, but I do believe that we should still work to resolve our current situation. It does need to be set up on separate keels. It can't be on the same plane. We can't look at differences like you were saying and expect that to be a resolution, because that's not the way it works.
Yeah, because if you're going to talk religion, that's a whole different thing. I'm sorry, man. Go ahead.
Oh, that's okay. I thought that it was good to bring a lot of different faiths together so other people can see and hear, so they can get another thought in their mind that could bring about a positive effect in their lives. So that's why I really appreciate this.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you.
Does anyone have anything else to say before we end this program?
When is the next one?
Well, for me, I just want to say thank you for inviting me. I hope to be able to participate in future, panels, or hopefully I contributed, and I definitely appreciate all, perspectives. I'm just a seeker of truth. And, I don't have all the answers. I can say I don't know when I don't know. I'm just be honest with it. And I like to see people who say they do know, so I can evaluate what they have to say. And I'm very consistent with that. So I just want to say thank you to everybody. And I reached out to several different people on here that I found compelling and intriguing, that I want to learn more. And I wouldn't have been able to do that without this. So thank you.
Thank you, brother.
There's a lot of people who didn't show up. So I would like to say, for the next one, if you would, could you each bring a person or two? And maybe not from your own faith, but from another one. It could be yours, or it could be a different faith. I would appreciate that.
Okay.
Most definitely.
Yes. I just want to say thank you again, brother and sister, for holding this conference and this Zoom meeting to exchange ideas, to see where we can agree, and to be able to disagree without being totally disagreeable. So thank you again.
Right. You are so welcome.
When is the next one?
Thank you for coming, everyone. Thank you for being here.
So when is the next one?
I want to say dua to everyone on the panel for being here and for bringing me on here. I appreciate it. I love to be able to spread the culture of African people and to represent Kemet in such a way. And I also love it when we have people of different faiths, different religions, and when they're challenged in their methodologies, that they're able to maintain their composure. I respect that for those of you who were able to do that as well. Yeah, when is the next one? Because I would love to be a part of it and bring some more people on and get some of those views for you guys.
Ashe. I feel as if the overall view is definitely something positive, and I'm just looking at everyone on the screens and I see the different beliefs, and it's just a beautiful thing of how beautiful melanated people are. And I just want to show my appreciation that being said, I would definitely like to hold another conference. We may have it out for 2 weeks. We want to give people some time to prepare. I believe everyone that's been invited on may have only had a few days to maybe 4 or 5 days to actually prepare and have a full understanding of where we were going with this. Looking at this conference, I know there are certain things that we can do to improve our community and to improve our people just by being together, because we're a powerful people and we've got powerful minds in front of us. So I just think it's a very beautiful thing. And I'll definitely be reaching out to you guys again for the availability. I'm not going to, tentatively, we can host another one on a Saturday, same time, 2 weeks from now, tentatively. But we want to definitely evaluate the situation and see everyone's availability as well. But it's definitely a positive thing. It's a struggle. Everyone knows it's a struggle because we have differences. But the fact that we're here going through the struggle, I don't see that in other places. The fact that we're here willing to go through the struggle, that's what's powerful. That's what empowerment is about. So I just want to say, Ashay, thank everyone for showing up. Thank everyone for being here. And I really appreciate your participation. And we will do this again.
Thank you, brother. Peace.
Thank you, brother. I bless you all. Take care.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Dua.